Um, one other thing that happened while you're gone is Twitch chat had a fit and cut out for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
So there is possible Twitch chat issues, and also the the collab did end like 5 minutes after you went to sleep.
Oh, okay.
So I restarted that.
Okay.
I think that was like the start of Twitch having some issues.
Okay.
Give me some.
Yeah, I had a good nap. What should I name my Rayhan Chris, Lucy? Is a girl, and I want to be icy themed.
I've got good news and bad news.
Uh-oh.
Which one do you want to hear first? Good news. I somehow managed to find Dr. Braun and catch him on a 7% chance.
That's awesome.
So we don't have to worry about like grinding him out. I was not expecting to catch him. I was expecting to hit him with the ball, bounce off, a bunch of people show up, and then kill me.
Okay.
But no, I got him.
So,
First 2 points. Oh, those are nice things.
what is the bad news? I'm assuming it has something to do with Dr. Braun.
It has nothing to do with Dr. Braun.
Crystal's good. Crystal's a good one.
Crystal is a nice one.
Alright.
It has something to do with something that has been done that didn't work. Your base got raided.
Damn.
I did, however, stop anything from getting destroyed.
Damn. I have no idea why it's. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's just like suddenly it's getting raided. Hasn't been an update or anything, which is what would usually potentially do things like that. I don't know. Maybe a base was always raidable, but my one was more delicious looking, so they always went after mine.
Maybe. This is weird.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
Keep a female and a male.
Hmm?
I was getting ready to squish the Ray Hounds, so I was like, I should probably keep a male and a female for breeding trash.
Fishy, fishy, fishy. I think I'm
Alexa, what time is it? Okay.
got an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay. Did it like just get raided? Dude.
Got raided probably 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, because they're like still fixing shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a lot of attacks that just like went through your entire base, but nothing broke. It wasn't a 10k one. I would say it would have been like a 3 or even a 5k if that exists. Maybe.
I'm so confused.
What level were the 10k ones? Do you remember?
What the fuck is happening?
Okay. Lord, it might not have been in range of the
Why
gun.
is it deteriorating?
On inside the base?
Like, yeah. Hold on.
Hey. Looks like your base should be deteriorating.
But there shouldn't be any deterioration anyways because you turned it off.
Yeah.
Server needs to be started over. This is crazy.
Yes, I do agree that the server needs to be started over as well. There's been some like weird.
Literally, look, I'm watching this shit. This is in my base. And it's, look at this, come here.
Mm-hmm.
Lulu has a very busy job because, like, hold on. She's busy because
Deteriorating really quickly.
yeah. Why?
It's not even supposed to do that with deterioration on.
Uh-uh.
That's
All right. I'll check the server settings too whenever. All right. Are you safe?
I am indeed safe. I'm in a low level area.
Gotta stop the server. I'm not gonna click restart. I'm gonna click stop so I can go take a look at the server settings.
Yeah, good idea to do that. I will swap to the just chatting screen because I like being upside down.
Alright. Stop server. Stop.
Story of my life. Is this one actually list? Ooh, I wonder if this one lists items, locations. Oh. It does look like this one's been updated to have the dungeon spawn. But it does... But it looks like there is only one dungeon in the entirety of...
Okay.
You crave of violence.
Question.
Yes, my love.
Do you love raids?
They're a lot of work for what they're worth. They're too much work. The only ones that have been worked on the dogs are the max level ones, and
Even those ones just go and kill some... kill or capture a couple of Mimogs and you've got the same amount of dog coins. None of the raids give good rewards.
I'm trying to figure out if I can, like, edit these settings, because it's like, I can turn them off. It's a turn off section. Configuration profiles. How do I edit this?
Layer of risk. Here's the types. The powers you get from them change based on the location you're at, but the level is based off of your level. It genuinely looks like the only thing we would be interested in from raids is the Bushis early on, or the Incineram Nox. 'Cause, like, the Incineram Nox is just a big, like, No, it would literally just be the Incineram Nox in the early regions. By the time we get to Sakurajima.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Item. Player. Velocity will friendly fire falls. Bigger enemy. Falls. Add to falls. I increased the drop item maximum number because that default is 3,000 and for some reason it got set to 1,000. I don't know why.
Oh, you mean people?
Yeah, it was changed it.
Okay.
What is happening, DinoShock? We're currently restarting the server. The server was doing some weird things.
And I'm turning off raids because I
Yeah, we're turning off
fucking
basic raids.
hate raids. They keep breaking my base and it just stresses me out.
They're not supposed to spawn anywhere near that close to your base. It's
They're not supposed to spawn at that base at all.
no,
The whole
they
reason
really
I
aren't.
picked that location is because it's raid proof.
Yeah.
Literally. Like, they literally spawn on top of my base. I don't even have any section. There's not even option for me to fucking build anything there in between where my base is and where they're spawning. Because it's literally like, it's like they're spawning in my base. They're not raiding, they're spawning in my base essentially. And they're breaking my shit. And it's stressing me out. Changes. Start server.
Before we get back into the swing of things, food options?
Look. I don't want to be responsible for choosing the food options, so if you could pick them, that'd be delightful.
I will take the option. You can take the what?
That's fine. Because if I pick the food option, it's going to be pizza. Look at this. Do you see how many people are playing right now? These are in official servers. 24, 24, 23, 23, 23, 18, 21, 24, 23,
That is
21,
excessive.
16, 24, 24. They're all fucking packed. Hold on. Let's do the lowest ping. Ping. How do I sort by fucking ping? Is that really not an option? You think you'd be able to? Display servers with different versions. Sort. Players ascending. Oh, there are some with 0. These are in, what is it, South Africa? I don't know what SA is.
Any South American?
That might be more likely. I don't know. People, look, this is China. Maybe there's some South African people playing.
South Africa. No,
That's North America.
most likely.
My ex used to think that NA. Okay, like, I'm gonna say this just because it's fucking funny. Like, I'm just gonna, whatever. American defaultism is such a thing that he used to think that NA stood for not applicable because, like, the only, like, America was such, like, the default option, and EU and other servers were just different options other than the default.
Wow.
I thought it was funny as fuck.
That is funny.
but
Yeah,
also
basically.
like it's kind of telling, not about him, but about just American defaultism.
Yeah, my best is North America and South America. Sometimes they're the South Americans like
Essay.
I realized there's a Carl Jr. within range, but where is it? Oh, where is it? Like we could order from here.
Based on ping. Oh, Japan's close right here. I really need to look at a globe.
Asian servers would be closest to us. Most likely they don't have Australian servers because a lot of places don't. They're expensive and don't get a high play count, so a lot of places just avoid getting Australian servers.
Metrado has Australian servers.
They could have Australian servers. Oceania.
Yeah, that's what I was looking.
Um,
I thought maybe a second it was South Australian, and then and then I was looking at the ping. I was like, nah, that's not right.
Look at the views and the pizza place we ordered from has a deal.
You said no. Like I would. I'm trying to be responsible, but also I want the pizza. What the fuck is happening?
Green chicken?
There is something fucking happening. Look at this. This is in my base. This is fully in my base.
I don't. Can you try repairing it and will that fix it? Nope. Wow, okay, the wall must be bugged. Maybe you have to replace it.
I have already replaced one. Look. Go away. Look, nobody has anything to fix. Roughly, I guess, whatever. As soon as I build it, it starts. What the fuck?
That is true.
What the fuck did this happen, man? What happened? It's nothing else. It's just these walls. What if I make different walls? Really?
What do you want, Carlos Jr.?
What I'd get from there, I'd have to look at the menu.
Maybe not. Close to English.
Okay, there's just those three. And if they're stone, it's fine. I delete it. Place it with this. Okay. All I needed to do was place it with stone. Basically, something like that happened earlier. Okay. I could not place this wooden foundation. It would not let me. But you know what it did let me place? This foundation. I placed this and I just replaced it with this. And then it worked fine. So I think if you're having a building glitch where it's not letting you place something, try placing a different variant of it.
Yeah, that might help.
And then it should fix itself. And then, yeah. Because if you're like, I should absolutely be able to build right here. What the fuck? Zusaki, how you doing? Sorry, I looked at it for a minute. I needed to make sure I knew how to read. 'Cause I was absolutely not going to pronounce that correctly.
station before things start closing.
Yeah. Oh, buddy. Okay, I think we've got our frosty. Yeah. Okay. There's something we need to look at too. Okay, it's got insomnia. Sweet. So we need to swap out the Rayhound with what? Why is this back here? Weird. Okay, I need to. Something weird's happening there. Okay. My Rayhound's being swapped out with a Reptiro. And I have a Reptiro that has remarkable craftsmanship. It doesn't have the other ones. But it does have remarkable craftsmanship, and that's the important part. Boy, girl.
What's the new version of this one? It says funky instead of friggin' bad.
I have never heard it say friggin'.
You've never heard it? Oh, I must have listened to the radio version all the time.
Remarkable craftsmanship, vampiric serenity. Remarkable craftsmanship, vampiric demon god, impatient. Okay. Apparently I've had 2 pretty good Reptiros and I've been leveling them both. Right, yeah, I adopted a bunch of babies that ain't ever had shit.
30 minutes before this place closes my love, and I am actually very curious about. I haven't had anything from here in a while.
What is it?
The call's here again.
Okay.
If there is nothing you want, then we can look at something else. Don't feel locked in, it's just like.
That's fine.
Yeah, here's the. What?
Oh, hello, Brando.
Hi, Rando. I'm got
Is Lukaze? Hello? Is Lukan?
surprise here.
Yeah, I was just looking at my phone. I did other people looking at chat for briefly. But how is everyone doing?
Roast. Now the one that looks like that's got pineapple on it.
Way to advertise to a lot of Australians. Put the pineapple on your burger. I don't mind pineapple on chicken burgers. I don't like pineapple on beef burgers. Depends on the pineapple. If there's a grilled pineapple, then it's fine.
Things never had.
Did Twitch break again? It might have broken again. Let me check on my end.
Next to over and I don't. Who said Twitch broken?
Lucy went to
Oh, well then yeah, it broke because I don't see him saying that.
no, Lucy was in YouTube.
Oh, I see. I'm refreshing my stream.
My test message went through.
I'm not refreshing my stream. I'm refreshing my stream chat.
Refresh that.
Maybe you're just being ignored, Lucy. Do you ever think about that? I'm just kidding.
Shadow ban from Twitch chat.
Oh no.
Okay, I refreshed my stream. Okay, yeah, okay, cool.
How
Yeah,
long
Twitch
does this
chat.
until this play closes? Oh, 28 minutes, okay.
28 minutes until their delivery side of things close. I think they shot at 11. They properly shot at 11, but
So many fucking bad decisions if I do that shit. I'm like, oh look, I should get a cookie. Oh look, I should get a strawberry shake. Oh look, I should get fucking chili cheese fries. This is why maybe
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
this is why I got problems.
maybe that's why McDonald's is good because they're very limited ones.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, my thing hasn't updated. My overlay with chat hasn't updated since Zuzuka saw plushie at you.
Oh, that's weird. Because I see pizza and then a dance emo and then Hayes Susukati and then Ye Zero.
Never mind.
Did you not scroll down?
No. It fills in from the top down, not bottom up. But the multi-chat thing I have on the within OBS
Mm-hmm.
does bottom up. Yes, that's it.
Do you think maybe that this picture just makes it look bigger than it is? Because I want this, but also I don't know if I'll be able to fit it in my mouth.
I think it's just the picture makes it look bigger than it is because
Is that too many?
so you've had what have you had? Just the
This chicken stuff? Yeah.
yeah. You didn't even eat all of that. Basically, your goal maximum would be 5 stitches. And the salad is like 2,200. And they made it shit even less.
I did eat some.
Oh yes. Those are actually alright. Well, Mac is like not.
Why was it $3 extra for fucking waffle fries? There you go. Walk away. I need to make a squisher at the other base.
I'm not sure about this. Yeah.
This guy got here and he's like, I don't know what you want me to do.
Pickles and chicken is the. I'm up to. Oh, cool. Whoa.
What?
Oh, Charles. Charles.
Charles.
Charles Jr. For some reason is more expensive than other places.
Should I?
No, you were fine. Like,
I'm gonna go sell some food because I have so fucking much. I'm gonna sell a big stack of wheat and 3 stacks of berries because my flower girls are very fucking productive. I'm gonna have some money.
yeah, I sold a bunch of like leftover extra ore and wood and got like 200k.
Gary, are you kidding me? I just
What to eat?
come back. I'm fat.
Gary, come back. You can blame it all on me. I don't know how to carry without you.
Come back, Gary.
Yeah. Okay. Food's ordered.
One stack of wheat is 73,492. One stack of berries, 52,494. I got a couple of those. I don't know why there was that random empty spot in the middle here. Did you rob me? What's everybody doing? This is fine. It doesn't good condition. Shit's going on. Let's put another electric baby in here and Crystal. There it is. Look at the doggo. Well, I mean, I guess you can't. There's everything fucking sitting on him. There he goes. Look. I got that one, and I have his yeah, I got the Chris because I have the electric ones. Look.
Nice. Yeah, I've got the I think I have the electric power money. My pal.
Look at him. He's efficient. He's resting and relaxing while he. Whoa.
Fluid. It's Spider-Man. It's Scorpion Man.
Look at it. Look at it. They're charging everything. It's so good that there's 2 of them now because they use power like crazy. It seems.
I did something else that was interesting while you were sleeping.
What?
You
You robbed me, is what you did.
I robbed you?
Yeah, I fucking went in here and you think I wasn't gonna notice? I went in here and I went to go put my Vanguard thing in here. And where is it? Not this one. In here, right? I went to go put it in here. And what do you know? I've just got this perfect little spot right here. There's nothing there. What I have taken from my base. Anyways. Someone robbed me. Alright, anyways, what was it?
So I decided to go and pay a visit to the ranch and boost something up to 9 ranching. And it is hilarious watching them basically constantly like
Is it the fox?
it is not the fox,
Oh, that would have been hilarious.
but it is the Dummard Guild.
Oh my lord, we're gonna have so much money and
But,
oil.
like we need a ton of the oil and we're like, oh, cash generation too.
Oh
But
my god, is he okay?
you see what I mean?
His face.
his pain.
I'm so
He does briefly have some
sorry.
moments.
He's gonna starve to death.
He does briefly have some moments where he's not like not busy freaking out and dying. But that's what he does. I did also put a Cinemoth in there to get him to 10. So he's got 10 farm as long as it's Cinemoth
Poor guy. Poor guy. I'm so sorry.
He is in a state.
I changed his name.
What do you change his name?
Existence is pain.
That's perfect.
Oh no. Oh, poor guy. I feel so bad for him.
It's not just putting him to that. I put artisan, work slave, and serious time.
Oh no.
He's also already had insomnia, so he's just not gonna be in pain. No sleep. No rest. His only freedom is to eat occasionally, and then die to pain.
Oh no.
He is
Oh no.
death to take him.
I'm building a gigantic furnace finally. My Blazemutt ran away. He was like, I'm freedom! Where did you go? What? Okay, if you're hungry, why did you run outside? You actually didn't check to see if the mining level on the fucking Terra was more than the Scorpion.
Yeah.
The other Scorpion. Can't see. Okay, so I know that the Manus thing Terra is a 6 mining. I just need to see the butt of. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, it is. It's 1 higher.
Nice. Yeah, I thought that would be the case.
I should then actually swap them out to make it to where I get more Sorlite and Hexalite with. Well, I guess not. I mean, I need a bunch of everything, so.
Sure, yeah. And you just tend to need a lot more of like the lower resources than the higher resources.
Yeah.
The higher resources just take a little bit longer to get.
Yeah.
So it probably balances out. Um,
Besides, the goal is to get all of them to 10 anyways.
the goal of all life is death.
All right.
Eins Algun. The goal of all life is food. I was quoting Overlord.
I see. I did not watch Overlord.
It's very much a power fantasy,
Yeah, I know. I heard.
and I know you won't enjoy that.
I think that's the whole reason I don't like when I was reincarnated as Lime. That's what it feels like too. Because it's like, okay, so you're just like super powerful.
The good thing about when I was reincarnated in a slime compared to Overlord, Overlord is just like, I am super powerful, I take over world. When I'm reincarnated in a slime, it sort of gets into the more like the political side of things. There's more like intrigue and things like that. They both have their pros and cons, but yeah, if you're not someone who likes OP main characters that just way too strong for the world they're in,
Yeah.
that's not one you would enjoy.
I don't mind, like, okay, I like it only if, and very specifically, the person who is super strong is an idiot and doesn't realize how strong he is. For example, in that one really long named anime, oh, hold on, let me go find the name. Suppose the kid from the last dungeon boonies moved to a starter count. You know,
Oh yes, yeah, yeah, yeah.
that one's good. Similar to One Punch Buddy doesn't know? Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I think I've read some of that, and some of those frustrate me though because it like I like the premise, but as long as there's also like development.
Oh, I mean, it's kind of development.
There are some of the genres where like ridiculously powerful, but he's stupid and doesn't realize how strong he is. Where he never realizes how strong he is. He's just idiot to everything, and like the character has no personality.
I will say, I thought it was fun. I think it's like a good laugh. This guy in particular, for some fucking reason, everybody wanted to fucking sleep with, including a goddess.
That's about right. But yeah, I think that one I enjoyed, but there have been others in the genre.
Jobless reincarnation.
Ooh, ooh.
I don't think I've seen that.
To be fair, he doesn't start off as overpowered as Suzuki. That one definitely has a fan base and an audience, and it has
Oh, he recommended me Boku no Pico.
it's in that vein.
I see.
It's a 40-year-old guy gets reincarnated into a magical world.
Okay.
And he's a massive pervert.
Oh.
Like to the point that his original magic teacher,
Mhm.
when she's leaving, I think he asks for a pair of her panties and worships them. Literally makes a shrine dedicated to her and worships the panties.
You see, you're special, you know? You concern me.
The story is good. The main character is what drives people away from it. But I enjoyed reading it. It's just I think in the field of hentai,
Mhm.
there is the it's not the fat bastard, but it's his relative, the creepy otaku, that is just like fogging up his glasses because he sees the thighs of a pretty girl.
I see. Sanji. Sanji.
And I believe it's even worse in the web novel. No, not the web novel, the novel. The manga's bad, but I believe it's even worse in the novel, the light novel. Because I believe they cut it out in the manga and they cut out even more in the anime. That prior to being reincarnated in that world, he tried to either SA or full on,
Yes.
yeah. And I believe she was underage.
Mm.
But you know, that's
Of course, he's gonna be
sort
the
of
one
his
that's reincarnated to somebody like that. Mm.
gets reincarnated as a pretty boy. Although there is one really funny moment. I have no idea if you will want to watch it at any point. Probably not.
Doesn't sound like
Uh,
something that I'd be interested in.
Yeah. There is one funny moment where he so after he finally loses his virginity,
Oh my god. Okay.
the girl like leaves because she is like, I'm not strong enough, I need to get stronger, but doesn't tell him that, and he thinks that it's because he performs so poorly that he develops erectile dysfunction because of it. Because of the trauma of being abandoned, because he thinks that he's just bad at the smooth.
That's fine. But also bad, I guess. I don't know.
It's fantasy for perverts, basically. For Frankie would fit in. Probably actually not, definitely not. He would be a bit stuffed, but beat the shit out of him. Yeah, he grew a fear of women as well. And he gets out of the fear of women by he believes he is having certain feelings for a guy, but it is not a guy.
It's Mulan.
It's his childhood best friend who is cross-dressing because at some point I think it's called the cataclysm or something happens, and like everyone, or the great teleporting incident, basically everyone in a specific region just gets teleported to different locations around the world or die. The lucky ones get teleported. And yeah, so his friend's cross-dressing as a guy for safety reasons.
And he winds up liking him.
The childhood friend already liked him. They said they were gonna get married when they're older. Yay. When they're like 8 or something. But yeah, that he thinks he's just fallen in love with a dude. Or actually, more so getting turned on by a dude. Pretty, I would say it caters towards late teenagers to young adults that haven't developed any sense of maturity. That is probably the who the target audience of that is.
Oh, jeez. Lucy, get your shit together. Furries, your favorite. Okay. Well, I don't know anything about that either, so hopefully it's better.
It is a lot better. It is much better. It is honestly a fantastic anime that we should watch at some point in time. ReZero is a fantastic anime, but no one wants to be in the situation of the main character. It is not something that you would want to
Relate to.
relate to or swap places with. It is. Ooh. You can relate to it. It's actually a fantastic display of like mental health thing. I think you would really enjoy it.
Is that one on my list already, technically?
Maybe. I don't know. It is dark fantasy, but well, yeah, it's dark fantasy.
God damn it. Bless you.
Thank you. I thought that was a really tall loop moon. It is just standing on a rock next to another loop moon. You definitely not want to be Subaru.
I don't want to be a Subaru. That is a car.
Beep beep.
Beep beep. I'm a Subaru.
Honestly, I don't know how much of the anime / manga you know about, but
I just don't have masochist randomly. Whatever. Okay, I guess you can be masochist.
I would say that the people I feel most sorry for in that anime are his parents.
When I think about Lucy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
You've read Arc 10 and oh, you've read the What If. I haven't touched the What If. I last saw. I think I only watched the first season. Is the first season or the second season the one with the whale? Reading the web novel? No. I need to read more of that manga. Although I'll probably watch the anime and with Aika.
Hey.
I had to start from the beginning again. Nice. Yeah, that's the way to do it with if you're gonna read the manga or something, because animes always change things, the manga changes things, and then the web novel, like the web novel typically, if you're gonna read like the source material, I can't get into novels because I need pictures. I'm simple man. I need pictures because I can't visualize them. I physically can't visualize things, so I require pictures to help. But like the web novels. Oh, cool. But yeah, the source material, the main source, because sometimes things have a novel and then they have a manga. It's always best to go to the original source. for to see how the author's vision really was.
I like that the duelists have just decided to put stuff in storage. They're just gonna travel through walls.
Nice.
Like, how? I don't know. But like, they're doing a really good job. That's how they've got their status for like best travelers and like best transporters is they don't have to worry about walls. Apparently, they're just like just gonna walk. Look at it! Do you not see this shit? What is this shit, babe? Come here, come here.
Well, let me. I can get your stream up. Oh. Oh yeah, yeah. They've just gone straight through the walls. They're ignoring them.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, I don't give a fuck. Walls can't hold me back. Through the walls. They're doing a really good job. Not having to worry about walls and shit.
Yeah, probably helps speed up everything.
Yeah, alright. That makes complete sense. Sure.
I'm still curious what work speed on a not work speed. Actually, yeah, work speed somewhat, but also just the level on a transporting power does. Will the amount they can take at once?
I don't know. But apparently, maybe it makes him faster. Maybe it makes him a ghost who can just go through walls.
I know from things I've read, the best transporting powers are the ones with the fastest, like, slow walk speed. Because when they pick something up, that's the speed they go.
Oh, I want to show you something cool that I saw this morning. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna go kill this duelist over here. Yeah. I'm gonna show you what you can do if you kill it.
It is how much they can carry at once.
Look. Okay. What? Okay. So you see this? See the dead duelist, right?
Yeah.
Look. Oh, are you kidding me? It despawned.
Oh no! You can push it
The-
around though.
You can push each individual block around. Like just,
that is
you can just
cool.
it's so cool.
That is so cool.
And it just disappeared, so never mind. Because I was trying to build in a different spot, but it wasn't letting me build there because it was saying that there was it was like here, like on a circle thing like this. And it wasn't letting me build there because it was saying that there was something there already. I'm like, but there's not, you know. It's just because, like, these are, like, fixed spawn locations for duelists. They are fixed spawn locations for duelists. So what I did is I went out of render and I came back and there was a duelist exactly in that same spot again. I think it was right here, maybe. It was one of these circle spots.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. I was not expecting that list for best transporting pals.
What?
The three best breast. Oh my god, I got tips on the mind. Boom.
Pervert.
The three best transporting pals are the Eye of Cthulhu,
Uh-huh.
the Mimog,
Oh.
and the Eidrillon. Eidrillon makes sense because that's its only skill.
I used the Eidrillon, which one? The fire one? Eidrillon Ignis. And that thing was cracked.
Ooh, as a transporter or as a...
Yeah.
Ooh.
It was literally just like turn, pick up, turn, 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 turn. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Because he's huge. He doesn't have to go very far. He can just
You don't
fucking-
even need to put into 4 stars, it's 10. Because it's only stat. The base weakness probably some kingdom.
What the fuck is wrong with my scorpions on this side?
What is happening?
Is this what happens when you're not at your base?
Maybe. It's a teleporting around the base really fast. Like you're in distance by kind of human distance.
How you like my base?
I'm gonna go down and fall towards here. Yeah, that's cool.
Darling. He loves me. My hand is feeling funny. My hand is feeling funny. This joint right here. Honestly, kind of. This is how much daybreak I've discovered. Anyways, I'm doing some breeding. Totally forgot. Trying to get me a Reptiro crest. I should be working towards this. No, no, excellent. He's got to be working towards it, yeah. Picking up the advanced sphere assembly line. He should have that. Oh no, because we gotta go get a smoky. So we could go get the shit we need for it. Alexa, what time is it? Ah. Okay. I really hope it's a meteorite. The last one was a supply drop. I don't want a supply drop. I want another Celine. So I can get Eternal Engine on it and start working that baby up. I suppose I can start breeding up for trash though. But I'm already gonna get trash whenever I'm trying to combine everything. I'm gonna get a burger. It's a jalapeno burger with Santa Fe sauce and Swiss cheese. It looks fucking great. I'm taking off my hoodie because it will be very messy, probably. And I don't want to get it. Oh my god, this thing's wrapped around my headset. My hoodie is cute. It does sound yummy and tasty, doesn't it? I want to get a Gloopy Primo. Let's find out how to get a Gloopy Primo. bet we can breed one from a Lulu. I'm pretty sure it needs to go into a Gloopy. I'm gonna actually look up Gloopy Primo real quick. Because I bet there's only one way to get a Gloopy Primo. There, yep, the Valentail. So it's gotta be a Gloopy and a Valentail to get the Gloopy Primo. Food. And possibly drink. Drink in a weird bag is odd. Yay! And with this
Curious what their straws are like.
Gloopy Primo
Ooh,
milk.
it feels like a decent quality pizza straw.
Right? And we're just gonna stare at these eggs.
Hmm?
So we're just gonna stare at these eggs. I hope it's quality content. I've been enjoying it. I'm eating some food. They are
Yeah, they usually publish paper straws.
there's advertising on their straws. That's so weird.
Yeah.
Something they can do with it.
Put ink on it, so I had to put the ink in my mouth.
Here comes. Oh.
That looks like more like what would hold my burger. Nope, this is chili cheese fries. I'm glad I didn't get that. I do not like American cheese. Interesting.
And Preston Julie.
High five!
Everything of yours is in here. By everything, I mean Borgo and Jippy.
My fries are almost cold.
They're cold?
They're almost cold. You want a fork?
Oh my god, I don't have a fork. I got these so this
Oh, well,
partly
well,
so you could try it, partly because I've had it before and I like it. But
Oh my god.
you said that you don't like it, so that is all good.
Alright, this burger looks weird. I don't like it. It looks gray.
It
The
does.
patty, look come here. But this patty looks gray.
High five.
Oh fuck!
Hot.
Oh, jalapeno, bro.
Oh. Very spicy.
Moderation, bruh.
It's like covered in jalapenos.
Less is more. Oh my god.
I think they went with burger's name as jalapeno.
Come here.
I would expect that many jalapenos to be across 3 burgers. Oh, actually.
And,
That is way too many.
that is way too many. What the fuck?
I'll have to make my chili cheese fries into a chili cheese and jalapeno fries. And then there's still too many on the burger.
Okay, there we go.
That one's now more reasonable.
Jesus fucking Christ. All new jalapeno crunch burger up to 7 times the jalapeno, exactly. That's way better. I felt like I just bit into like jalapeno. That was it.
Yeah, it was literally like the thickness of the patty was less than the amount of jalapenos. Less than the amount that the jalapenos were raising the bun.
I'm not sure if you guys heard the crunch. That was all jalapeno.
I heard it. They probably did.
I know, right?
It's like people who compete with being, top person by eating the spiciest thing, but there's no flavor in it because it's just burnt.
Mm-hmm. I like spicy stuff. Some people like to make me not like spicy stuff, though.
There comes a point with spicy stuff where it's just all burn,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to build a tolerance up to actually be able to taste anything.
And so we're like, oh my god, I heard you like spicy stuff. Have this jalapeno burger. It is literally just jalapenos and bread.
Basically. Jalapenos, bread, and gray.
Mm-hmm. Some people eat a bag full of the one chip. Huh? Oh, a bag full of the one chip. I get it. It took me a second to figure out what you're talking about. The spicy chip, the one chip. Yeah. Uh-uh. I ain't about that life.
There's some people that spice just doesn't work on them. At all. They just don't have, like, the receptor that makes spice spicy. So they can just eat whatever spice they want. They still have to be careful, though, because if you get, like, spice on your finger and put it in your eye, that causes potential blindness.
Uh-huh. You think people make fun of my accent whenever I walk away? Like if I went to Hardee's and was like, I want some fries or something, they'd be like, okay, and they put it down because they know what I mean. But then,
Typically, a lot of
when I
people-
walk away, they like say to the coworkers, "Oh my god, did you hear her? She said fries, fries."
I don't know. Some people are dicks. So I can't say that will never happen, but more often than not, I would say probably not. I'll just move on with the day.
It's just really weird for me to call it chips. In fact, even if they ask me if I want chips, I get confused. So I'm like, what? I don't. This is a McDonald's. You guys don't have chips. Oh wait, fries. Yeah, okay.
Basically, all the American places,
Uh huh.
they just have chains in Australia.
Yeah.
It still lists them as fries in that system. It's fries, and for all intents and purposes, we just say chips.
Oh yeah.
So if you say fries at those ones, they will know what you're talking
The thing
about.
is like I'm so used to you saying it, hearing it come out of your mouth is like, it is like you might as well have said fries because it doesn't register to me. A lot of what you say when you're speaking, and you have your like Australian, well, obviously you have your Australian accent, but anytime you say verbiage, anytime you use Australian verbiage, doesn't even fucking register to me. Might as well you're talking normal. You're talking normal. I don't have to think about it, unless like.
She's gotten so used to me, she ignores me.
She's a fry. She's a witch. I know I'm being so mad because I don't like sausage. Apparently, that's a new thing. I used to like sausage.
Your medication's done that to you.
Uh huh.
Unfortunately, you liked sausage before.
Like, even the thought of like biting into a sausage makes me want to vomit.
That was literally the first thing that like made Aiko feel physically sick when she looked at through DoorDash after she started her medication. Well, not DoorDash, but just like looked at for food. It was literally she saw a sausage and was like, ugh. This was 1 or 2 days after you started your medication as well. It was like instant.
I'm so full. This is ridiculous. I can't. I was like not putting it down because it was like. This has got like one bite left. Literally one bite left. So if you want that, you can have it. But it's like all the fries pretty much. Except minus like 2.
I am fine with that.
That burger's not good at all. Like, I can still taste the gray. If that's even a thing. That's not a good burger. Like, I like the burgers here.
Oh.
That one's not a good burger. Did you take that last bite?
Uh-huh.
What do you think?
Great. It tastes
Doesn't
great.
it? Like, I think that's gonna make... I legitimately feel like that's gonna make me sick later. I don't know why I ate it. I was so fucking hungry, dude. I ate it even though it was gross. I guess I need
Yeah,
to
if I
look.
was to give a gray a taste, it would be that burger.
Yeah. Oh, Lord, sorry.
It make you uncomfortable. Do you want to? Do you want the
Right?
burger to like fucking pin you down, slap your face, and call you a bitch?
That burger spit on me.
It's like Boa. Talk down to you.
Oh, yeah. I do that to Tristan sometimes.
She does. I love her so much. Oh my god.
If I'm trying to like act all high and mighty, I'll do the boa pose at him where I'll like lean my head back as far as I can and point at him. to remind him that he's beneath me. The burger upset me. I want to see the manager. It hurt my feelings.
It is so cute. It is adorable. If I was before I met Aiko to like conceptualize my perfect person, they would still fall way short of that.
He makes me happy.
Oh my god, she's getting up and putting food. You got some jalapeno snipples.
The jalapeno snipples.
Don't worry, baby. I got him. There were so many jalapenos in my chili. My chili cheese fries didn't even come with jalapenos, but they got more jalapenos.
Than chili.
They say chili cheese fries, but it's more like a slightly spicy bolognese sauce.
Yeah, it was weird. Aww.
Oh my god! Hello!
What? Oh my god, I don't want that. I'm gonna throw up on it. You know, I did just get a supply drop.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I got a Palmetto Helm schematic. That's super helpful.
Nice upgrades.
Actually, technically it is, yeah. I mean, it's still in refined metal.
I think I'm still in metal.
Oh, wow. Applied mining handbook, nice. And 2 vital elixirs. Yum, 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 yum. I'm in no vital elixirs.
I die so quickly if anything targets me because I just have no defense. I've got a bunch of health.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I want to go to Sanctuary 3.
What are we after in Sanctuary 3? The bones?
No, I want the sulfur.
Nice.
I crave it.
I've got the stank lines of sulfur.
Alright, so I've got the...
I'll be good to go once I finish these chili cheese fries that have somehow gotten more to.
What the fuck? Yeah, okay, I'll use this as trash. Or use 4 trash. I thought I squished those already. Okay, no, I did not.
Be curious.
Male, female, and then can squish the rest. And then I also need a... I also need a something. Oh, another duelith knot. So I need to breed the duelith that I bred up before, the worky one. And I need to breed that with a six-ear. Hopefully, if we're lucky, it gets the working passives and not the fighting passives. I don't mind if it
you're
also
lucky,
has
yeah.
fighting passives. Hmm?
Yeah, if you're lucky. If you're not lucky, it just takes time to get everything.
Okay, it's a boy. It's a girl.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It shouldn't get any of the fighty passives because there, okay, there's not really any fighty passives on this. They were on this other duelist. So I'll have the option of diamond body, I guess, which is like not bad. Babe, I need you to make an advanced assembly line. So we need to upgrade our shit. What the fuck? Why is my base on fire?
I might be able to, I might have enough hexalite now to actually smelt.
Yeah, but don't we need chromite?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna need to do that. But also I want bones. So
Yeah.
I want to do the bones first, so we get the health.
You're in spots. Okay.
Okay. Then then we can go get a smoky. And then get a smoky and then we can get chromite. Wanna swing from the chandelier, from the chandelier. Oh, okay. At this point, they just pick whatever fucking breeding pen they want. The breeding pens mean nothing. The ones that are like, okay, the top one. The top one I assumed was this one, and the bottom was this one over here. Apparently, they just switch it up, and they'll just go to wherever they want, wherever they fucking...
Yeah, I think when you swap what pals are in there, the one with no pals drops to the bottom.
Jobless reincarnation is full of eye-toes.
It is full of feet. It is full of weird, creepy guy, like 40-year-old guy in a child's body looking perversely at children.
Gross.
Yeah.
I have to pee.
It's okay.
Should I?
I'm going.
Should I upgrade my armor? I can make it plus steel. I think.
It'll
Get like out. I'm gonna wind up outgrowing it, and might as well just wait till get Hexalite.
Yeah. You may as well wait at this point now.
It doesn't look like I've gotten any. Well, no. I say it doesn't look like I've gotten any Hexalite stuff as if I've upgraded my production workbench to include the ability to make that shit. I'll have to look through my works. I'll have to look through my recipes. I'm right.
Take your time, my love. I currently can't see chat, but I love you all. Possibly. You know, that is a possibility. I will say that the chicken burger wasn't that great either.
I don't want to get food from there anymore. But to be fair, it's like, cause I'm used to fucking Hardee's, and Hardee's is fabulous, and Hardee's has a Frisco burger, and they don't, so go fuck themselves. I'm so angry at them now.
Because they try to give you food
They
poisoning.
tried to kill me. Right. Question. Do you want me to just zip over there really quick and back to get bones? Because I can't. Unless you want to come with. And that's fine. You can come too.
I'm fine if you do. If you I don't think the Pels I currently have are good enough to get the Frostallion knock. That thing's like level 70 or something.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, it's pretty high level.
And because I don't have the advanced sphere workbench, I can't make spheres that are good enough to catch it.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. Honestly, I want that too. Been delaying on making shit because.
Speaking of the reincarnated as a vending machine one, Lucy, you mentioned before. I'm finally looking at chat again. I actually read that, and it's surprisingly good.
So can you imagine coming over here with the drones when you're on foot?
Yeah, the first one is fine because it's only like a one drone and it only patrols the outside.
Yeah. What the fuck is that? Is that a shadow beak?
There are shadow beaks there. You have one? That's a rare spawn.
Oh my god, I want it then. I'm just gonna throw it at it. If I don't get it, I don't get it, but.
Yep, I spent ages trying to find a shadow beak.
One shot. Got a shadow beak. It's a hooligan.
Yeah, nice. Nice.
Do we know how many bones we need? Oh, nope. was so close. Celine, they saw
What are we
you.
trying to make again? Which one?
Talisman.
The XP one.
Yeah. No. The
No,
one that
the,
replaces the
the
multi-climate shirt.
The Vanguard.
Yeah, and gives us +4 health.
Let me see.
Should be good since we're both wearing shit armor.
30 ancient bones each, so 60 total.
I'm just gonna grab this one.
You could also just get 30 and say fuck you.
Okay. I think I might do that.
And I'll say, I love you too.
I got a shadow beak. I've never had one of those.
Mhm.
150. Hopefully that's good.
Yeah, the only way to breed Shadowbeak is with Shadowbeaks.
I'm sure you could breed shadow beaks with something else, but it wouldn't give you something
Yes.
else.
Yeah, you wouldn't get a Shadowbeak. You get a bunch of random stuff. The reason why whenever when we had Hardee's in the US, I was like, yeah, this is definitely better than Australia.
Yeah. Hardee's is awesome. That's gross. I hate that. Like, legitimately never want to eat there again. I don't even care if it's just a one-time thing. I know sometimes you have bad chances and stuff like that. That was all bad.
I've had good experiences there, but like everything in this was not great.
And they put ink on my paper. Something tells me that's not very healthy. Save the turtles, kill the humans.
Well, that's one way to save animals that are in danger. To be fair, I think it's got to be a food safety.
Here's how this works.
Yeah, if we are not streaming tomorrow, please check in with us on Discord. If we don't respond, we might be dead. Oh. Who wants mutated oaks?
This is cool. That's a good way to see every item in the game.
What is?
The market.
Oh, it's a market?
I mean, okay. So, like, hold on. Come to my warehouse.
Just a second. Yes, that's okay. Yeah, not you, Lucy. Make sure you take care of yourself, though. It's okay. Yeah, coming to you, my love.
I'm selling you an item, okay, in my flea market.
Oh, see good. Oh, I see.
Okay. But if you go to edit sales list, I don't know if you can see that, or if only I can see it.
I can. I'm part of the guild. I'm a submaster.
But you can see it. So like, if you click warehouse management, or you can go,
Oh,
if you click
wow.
value, if you like list something new, right? You can go to value, you can scroll down the list of everything in the fucking game.
Wow, I see. Oh my god. Jesus. So many schematics.
Yeah.
Champion's Emblem?
There's like Crown of Salvation. I could have Victor's hair.
Oh, this would be a way to see all the possible disposable implants. Double-edged holy sword. Okay, that's world tree. That's world tree. That's world tree. That's world tree. That's a world tree one. That's a world tree one. World tree one. There we go. No, that one might not be world tree. Neither dimensional link might also be world tree. No, dimensional link.
Those ominous eggs look cool.
Okay, so you can get of the ones that aren't world tree that I know of. There's remarkable craftsmanship, diamond body, demon god, mastery of fasting, hardening of the king, swift, eternal engine, vampiric, king of the waves, babysitter, idiosyncratic, immortality, heavily armored, and sky marshal. So you can't get legend, lucky.
Okay.
Oh, this is a shit straw. Oh my god, it is already just like.
There's a building repair kit. I don't even think that's in the game anymore.
It was not a good straw. It was a effectively okay straw. It lasted fucking 10 minutes and then it goo.
Oh, I can see all the schematics I can get from other things. I've not had that. I've had the wire fence schematic. I've had... Ooh, I like the red wooden lantern schematic. That's cute. Paper lantern's also cute. I've had the majestic candlestick, but I've never made it.
I have the paper lantern. Do you want it?
I think I have it.
Maybe. You get it from Sakurajima's dungeon.
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow I wound up with it. I went to go make something and it was...
Oh, it might be. Yeah, it's the enemy camps. You get it from Sakurajima enemy camp.
Oh, I don't think I remember.
Maybe dungeon or enemy camps. I don't know. We will take care of ourselves. That was just
Different levels of treasure maps. I didn't realize they had ratings on them. Oh yeah. So
Yeah.
did you buy it? Did you buy it? What it was selling?
I need to go back and get my dog coins.
Just one. Just one.
Just one. Yeah. I will buy it.
I worked really hard for it. I think you owe me one dog coin.
Genuinely, That would okay. That would be how you would if we do get around to having a like a not open but like we
Yeah,
invite some friends.
that'd be a fun way of doing it because that's an item one. There's a PAL one too.
Oh.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's just set a rule where like you have to use the flea market. Did you buy it?
I'm sorry, it's sold out. Here. You can keep it. It's free.
That dog coin
No. It's okay.
Don't worry, the door is taken.
That's all it's out. Storage for you, no worries.
Wow. Wow.
What?
I gained
Oh yeah,
950
I
health.
didn't even check. Oh yeah,
950 health again.
6150 is my health.
5685 is mine.
It would be higher if you actually fucking.
If I wasn't in regular Metal Gear.
Yeah.
I am in, we are both way under geared. We'll probably have close to 8,000 health if we were at gear level.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to see what I did over here, babe? Come down here. I thought you were still here. So I've got come here. Hey. Okay, so I have my my resources here, right? Yeah, that's what I was gonna show you. Is these lockers right in here? I have set up. This one is for ammo, and this one's for or this one's for weapons. This one's for ammo, and this one is for accessories.
Cool. That is so cool. I like
I
that.
have my resources, my PAL resources. Then I've got then these are just parts piece. And honestly, I have this thing right here that I can just use to look at everything, and I've never used it.
It took me ages to get used to using this, and I don't think I'll use it immediately if I build it again.
I like where I put it.
It honestly, it looks like a bit of furniture where you put it. It looks so well placed in the building. It doesn't look like it's a interactive thing.
Yeah. Even if I don't use it, it doesn't really matter. Like, it looks pretty. I've got my squisher out here, my global PAL box. I've got my electric stuff, which, by the way, I should probably build another one of these.
Should build a.
Find more solvents.
Right, I'll turn on the private lock for this and rename this for Gary.
Good. If you're trying to sell things to Gary. That's a good name if you're trying to sell things to Gary. Bad name if you're not, if you're trying to keep those. You guys need to work extra hard. We're gonna have 2 of these things now. Why? Because it was to a point where if one of y'all, or if y'all, there was only one of y'all, and you walked away, we'd run out of power. Why does one of y'all have 5? One of y'all has 4. Oh, it's because of the 1 star. Yeah.
My princess is having so much fun and I love it. And it's so easy to tell.
What are you saying?
Huh?
What are you saying over there?
What am I saying? Nothing. Nothing. You heard me, didn't you? Did you hear me? You probably know what I mean as well.
A good time because I was talking to my dogs.
No. I mean, you were talking to your dogs, yeah. But that's not how I know you're having a good time.
Oh. I see. I see. Fuck you. So Tristan says that he knows I'm having a good time if my accent gets really strong.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
It's when Aiko sounds more southern, she is enjoying herself and relaxing. And it is so cute. Or she's around her family. She might not be enjoying herself around her family because
Oh my god, the shadow beak, it's in my pocket.
I got a shadow beak pocket.
It's got a gathering of 2. That's all it does. It's all it does is gather, and it's shit at it.
Oh, that's definitely a combat power. You can see it. Oh my god, you can see her balls to the eye. Lucy's turn.
Get in there. Get in the fucking box. If you need a shadow beak to breed with, you let me know. Apparently I can't right now. I'm gonna mark it down as something that I have now. Shadow beak, where you beak. I also have a regular Chris, but I think I had that last time. What day is this? Got it? No, it's an Astagon. There it is. Well, that's really light. Not the latest thing I've got. The latest thing I've got is the Gohan thingy, but then before that's the Celine. The Shadow Beak's literally right before the Celine.
This is the wrong.
Alright. Do I want... No, it's okay, I've got Sonic. If I need to run around on foot, I got Sonic. Okay. And I have space in my pockets for a Smoky. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and zip over to Fabric if you'd like to join me. I would like to, after we get the chromite we need and stuff so we can build the stuff, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, hold on.
I might have a start.
Bruh, hello, how are you doing, friend?
Is that a Smoky?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Get in my pocket!
I might have one as well, which then means I do, and he's on a fucking expedition, of course.
Hold on, there's more of them here. This one has 100 health. Move! Look, I can't move.
Yes! Yes!
What?
Fuck yes!
What?
I got my Celestia. Swift Eternal Legend Sky. And those twins as well.
Oh my god. Look, you guys are now gonna be picked up with a fucking Ultra Sphere because I'm out of Legendary Sphere. There's just 8. Get in the fucking...
And I got an Hydron with Idiosyncratic.
Why are you guys so strong?
Yes, I got my Celestia.
Oh shit. Okay, Gigaspheres it is. Gigaspheres it is. I'm so sorry. This is all I got. I did not come prepared. Babe, can you come to this thingy with spheres, please? I'm being chased. A second. Okay, now. I'm not dead. I will be dead if you don't hurry.
I will come over. Go down. Come over away. That was Where's my party? Yo,
Can you please help me? You have balls?
I've got balls.
Can you catch them, please?
Let me drop some balls here as well, so you can get there.
Get up, fuck you, son of a bitch. Get him, grab it. What is wrong with you? Get in the fucking, get in the ball.
God, man. If only you were here, you would win. We're not trying to win, we're trying to catch him.
Okay, got it. Jesus. And he's clumsy.
Oh, that's that stand.
Okay, I'm going back real quick 'cause I gotta fucking heal. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on.
Catching things is so much harder than actually killing them.
Yeah, I gotta go back, not because I need to heal, but because I need to make the harness.
Yes, yeah. That's what I was in the process of trying to do after finding where the fuck my Cellar's deer was, but there it is. Twins.
It's exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really make sense if we have a smoky and no harness. Have they seen good or chromite?
Hey, you do get chromite from not much.
That's how we should grind out the chromite.
Yeah, rather than doing like one dungeon.
No. We need to make everybody miserable. Kill all the puppies.
Oh, I want to give one of these to you.
Present?
Present indeed.
It's a Celestia.
Not just a Celestia, but one of them will be
It's a gate. It's a
yeah.
gate.
The Celestia.
A Celestia.
Celestia.
Are you fucking kidding me? I gotta go back.
I guess it wasn't. Oh no, it wasn't.
It's okay. No worries. Not a big deal. Doesn't matter. It's fine. I need to go get dark fragments. So I'm gonna go zip around fade break real quick. If you'd like to zip with me, that's fine.
Oh, I need to unlock. I may be slow compared to. Oh, actually no.
Didn't you just get a Celestia?
Yeah, I did get the good Celestia. Do I have enough?
Also, getting Night Star Sand. Just because
I
it's...
do need dark fragments. You are right. Yeah.
I'm getting sand. I will get fragments when I see them, I guess, but right now I get sand. I know I'm gonna need that later too. For what? I don't remember, but I know I needed it. What's that? Oh. Oh, what's that? Oh, look, I picked up an ultimate sphere.
Now that we're done.
Hey, babe.
Yes, honey.
I love you.
I love you too.
Thank you for helping me. I'm sorry for being short with you. I was panicking.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I didn't realize like how dire of a situation you're in.
Yeah. I was actively being chased around and they were killing me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying not to kill. If I had been trying to kill them, it'd have been different. But like that would have been easy. I was trying not to kill them.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, one dark fragment acquired. Ooh, dark fragments acquired.
Uh,
Fuck you. Fuck you, bitch. You know for real. You know damn well I wasn't flying. I jumped.
How dare you? No uppies on Celine.
I was trying to get over the freaking hump that is the sand. But I do, I think, now have all of the dark fragments I need, so that's good. But I'm gonna get you some too, because I am
Thank you.
nice
I have
and neat.
one.
You have one? Okay, so I only need 3.
Uh.
Now you have 2. You made me some balls.
I can give you some balls. 3 dark fragments. 4 dark fragments.
Oh, did you just get some?
That is included in the one that you said you got for me.
Oh, I got more than that. I was just picking them up just now. I didn't know you were picking them up.
I've only got 3, but yeah. It's a good idea to pick them up until we start, you know.
Yeah, I don't know what
actually
else they're
getting-
used for, so.
Okay, I have enough for my saddle if you just want to just keep yours.
Okay. I don't want to give it to you anyways. Fuck you.
Back you.
That's mean.
I can do what I want.
Thought that fish was sleeping.
Pardon me, though. I know not
just,
everyone likes burping,
Picking
but
up sand.
I am a Tristan. I can't control things. Kill him.
Shit.
Yakumo. Kill. Yakumo. Kill.
Killed a Yakumo?
No, I'm telling my Yakumo to kill this Relaxosaurus. Don't just sit there and take his attacks and then not do anything. Holy Burst is ours. Oh no, you just kick it.
I have
Oh,
34 night sand.
34?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's why it took me so long. It was basically piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
I stopped seeing Night Stars land after a little bit.
Oh my god, the gangler's like gangle thing acts like a whip. That's kind of cool. You probably stopped seeing it because I was picking it up.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
I don't know where I'm going.
No, my Yakumo died. Go on, underleveled Celestia.
Go. Oh, I passed it. Did I? No. Yes.
Oh my god, you do nothing. Smokey, kill.
Alexa, what time is it?
14 minutes.
14 minutes?
14, yeah.
To the next drop?
Oh, no, no, we had one an hour ago.
I was like, what the fuck? I was so close.
2 hours and 10 hours and
Like,
14.
time flies, damn. Okay, did Smoky harness.
It was a difficult fight, but now I've got some strong Celestias. Basically, those are a rampage and Relaxosaurus.
Apparently,
That made it-
dark fragments counts as a PAL material.
Oh,
Interesting.
Dr. Braun again? What?
Oh my god, we each have one. Where's my hamster? Hi, Lucy. I can show him my Smoky.
Less fun.
I'd show him Ramo, but I'd be afraid to fuck him up. Ramo's perfect. Oh my god. I could show. Hold on, hold on. Are you still at him? I want to show him my Smokey. I want to show him my Smokey. Wait a minute.
He should still be small. Yeah, I'm at him. I'm still on Faybreak.
I know, I'm on my. I want to see what he does to my Smokey. Smokey, baby.
Yeah, he failed on me.
He did.
Yeah. I used him on one of my Celestiers that are really good.
Oh, now it's really bad.
It isn't bad, really. It replaced the useless passive with the negative, so I'm fine with that. I don't care about the traits. I will manually put them up.
Where the frick are you?
Keep going south.
I see.
Yeah, no. Right here.
You make my Smokey very strong. Yes, go with the sketchy surgery. Yep, I trust you. Boom. Acquired remarkable craftsmanship, lost clumsy, and all of your stat changes by 15. Oh my god.
Nice.
And now he feels the need to fight a bandworm. Alright, go for it.
Is Smokey a good base? I don't
I
know.
don't think so.
But you've got it to breathe it now.
Yeah. And God has got remarkable craftsmanship. Fantastic. Get in my pocket. Stop trying to show off. This is how you get killed.
Got a smoker in my pocket.
It tried to take on a fucking Vanworm, and the Vanworm was gonna obliterate it. So as soon as I saw his health tanking, I was like, get in my pocket. Grabbed him. Alright. So we need to find a dungeon now.
You can do that while I craft mine. I will be over shortly.
I will find dungeon, no worries.
I believe in you. I will remember.
Do you think we could fly in
In the
the
dungeon?
dungeon? Okay, yeah, because there's still spots where they can't reach us, you know? Gotta level up. I'm never shivering, just shivering.
Okay, I'm gonna keep. Do you want the Celestia?
No, I have one.
But like the one with Swift, Eternal, and Sky Marshal?
I won't use it.
Oh no, you won't even use that as a ground pound?
No,
No ground pounding for you.
I just don't want that one.
That's okay.
It's just like I get that you like it, and that's great. But if I'm gonna use a ground pound, pick something else. That'll be my thing. I don't know what it would be. Maybe it winds up being a Celestier, but I want to think. I want to think about it later. Think about it. I don't want to like turn around and wind up with a god mount for no reason.
Turn around every now and then I get a little bit god mount.
I use it a ground mount. What ground mount would I use? I guess it really depends on like where I am whenever I start using it. What made you start using the Celestier? Did you breed it for a Celestier, or did you
I
just?
bred for Celestia, yeah.
Okay. So you just knew you wanted one.
Yeah. So I wanted the Celestia Noct was what I bred for, and then I bred the Celestia and was like, oh, this is actually pretty good as a pal.
Okay. See, that's how I like finding stuff out like that.
And then after that is when I googled and was like, yeah, this is like the best ground mount, and I was like, oh, cool.
Well, I think that's subjective.
It is.
There's a lot of best things, but also like I told you, I don't like meta stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm a hipster in a way, you know?
Anti-meta down with Facebook.
I just like exploring and I like finding things out myself. And if I find out that something I like you did, where you're like, oh my god, this Celestier is really awesome, and then you found out it's the best thing, then that's different.
Yeah, that's exactly how.
Because you're like, well, no wonder it's the fucking best. You know, I found out the Bushi was amazing like way later, but it was after I hatched a random egg and found the Bushi that I'd never even fucking thought about. And I was like, whoa, this guy's great. And I loved him. And that's how he became my favorite palace because I found him. And I thought he was amazing. Well, I didn't find the Bushi Noct version. I found the Bougie version and found out that was Noct version. So I was like, so I got a really awesome one that I think is cool. And there's one that I find more aesthetically pleasing. So yeah, that's awesome. So it'd be like your Celestier, and you found that if you thought that the Celestier Noct was more aesthetically pleasing, and you wanted to use that instead. But no, you're like, Celestier Noct, I know you're sparkly and shiny and beautiful, but you know what? Lumber. Lumber is your job.
From what I know, Celestian Noct is also, another like best ground mount
Yeah.
as well, but I don't want to use it simply because I find it really pretty, but like,
I think I find Celestier pretty in like a, she's graceful kind of way. Like, oh, she's very classy. You know, but it's not anything like special to me. You know, she's okay. She's pretty. I love the way that the Celestier Nox look. The Celestier to me is just, it looks like a Gildane to me. It just looks like a upgraded Gildane. And to me, that's fine. They're okay. They don't jump out as like, oh my god, that's gorgeous. Like Celine does. Celine's fucking gorgeous to me. You know, Celestier Noct fucking gorgeous.
The regular Celestia, gorgeous but graceful.
Yeah, like, and everybody's got their thing. And if you're like, oh my god, I think this is beautiful, great. Yeah, that's why you use her, because you're like, oh my god, I like the most beautiful mount. And I'm like, yeah. If you were to say, oh my god, I have the most beautiful mount, and I looked over and you're riding a Vanworm, doesn't mean I want it.
No, exactly. You're exactly right with that. Nightstar Sand is an ore? Okay. I was wondering how it'd be categorized, but it's an ore, okay.
Found a dungeon.
Nice. I'm waiting for my Smoky to revive.
I literally just like zoomed around until I found the dungeon.
Nice.
I'm not even anywhere near a shrine. Apparently I passed a shrine and didn't even pick it up, so I'm just gonna go back and grab that.
Ooh, none of my... Let me actually get a...
I guess we'll just follow this path this way. Alright. Maybe I didn't see how. Let's look at it. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty. It's fine. To me, it's very, like, it's pretty graceful. It's like kind of plain to me. I think that the Fengalope looks better.
And the Celestia?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I like Deers.
Yeah. That's fine.
And I do agree that the Fengalope does look more, like, cool.
Yeah. It looks like it should be jumping through the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
I have terrible directions.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Nice to know.
But that's what I meant by the difference whenever I said she looks classy.
Yeah.
It's because it's sleek. It's more simplified. But it's like graceful. It's for the people who don't like, ooh, crazy designs, which I don't always like, ooh, crazy designs. But I also don't like them to be overly simplistic, which is how I feel about her.
Yeah, that's fair. I prefer the look of the Celestian Noct. She's beautiful.
I feel like there's an in-between. Like, for example, I like them to be a bit more than the Celestier, but less than the Nyafia. The Nyafia is, I feel like it's a meme. It's gotta be. It looks like something from Undertale.
Possibly. Could take inspiration from Undertale.
There's a specific cat I'm picturing in Undertale that is like behind the freaking MIT club, Mettaton club, whatever thing. And they even say meow when they talk.
I'm reading a Korean manhwa.
As you do.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Did you make it over here? You knew this talisman?
That like it's got like cackles in it,
Yeah.
but one of them says nya as like a vocal tick because she's like she was born to a noble house, but as a what's the word I'm looking for? An illegitimate child,
Okay.
and she just has a vocal tick where she goes nya, and she hates it, and everyone of the species hates it.
Oh.
They think it's animalistic, like a lesser primitive.
Oh yeah.
I like things like that. Just like
I think it's silly. The wabi sabi.
the wasabi Bobby. Where did my other Celestia go?
Eat it.
Oh, there it is. What am I gonna sort? Oh, I'm sorting by neutral and level. That'll do it.
That's probably one of the reasons I never really offered to make you a Bushi knocked, because I figured that was my thing. You know.
Yeah, that's the one reason I don't want. I would have loved it, but it's your thing.
Yeah. I don't take your thing. Celestia's your thing. That's awesome.
Yeah, I just thought I'd offer you one because I got twins.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay, cool. My Smoky is.
Alright, I'm back by the dungeon. I left and got a shrine and got back to the dungeon before you even got back to this fucking island.
Mm-hmm. I was waiting for my Yakumo to revive.
You trying to catch something specific?
Me?
Yeah.
Not exactly. I'm just more.
Want your Yakumo? Okay.
Yeah, I just want my Yakumo for if I come across anything that I want.
Alright. I think what I'd want here.
And I got my Smoky, and I got my Celestia.
Let's see what kind of stuff Smoky can do. What kind of base powder gathering too. Nah. He literally just has remarkable craftsmanship. That's fucking awesome.
It really is. I love Sky Marcher.
Do
Oh
you?
my god.
That's great.
Mhm.
I want to see you use it.
Oh, you'll soon use it a bunch. Like, you down on the beach? Oh, there you are. Hello. Wee.
What?
Wee.
I'm gonna fucking see you. Where are you?
Okay, I'm right in front of you.
Okay. Show me Sky Marcher. Oh, that's cool.
Wee. Double jump.
It's only double jump.
Yeah, it's only two.
That's cool.
If I got light-footed as well, I'll get a third.
Ooh.
I get like the jump and then two in the air.
It's cool.
And because it's Celestia, the jump is actually very high. Celestia's got the big hops.
Mm.
The difference with Celestia and Celestia Noct as mounts is Celestia is the more fighty one, and the Celestia Noct is more of a team buffer.
Yeah.
A dangerous team buffer because it's healthy, but still a team buffer. Oh yeah.
See nothing.
Oh, there's one right here.
Oh.
Why are you not showing me any? My Smokey's broken.
Opinion?
Oh, you're not showing me anything.
It can't just be like that. Definitely a lot better than the metal detector. You heading that way? I'll hit this other path.
Yeah, I'm trying to fucking find some goddamn chromite, and he's just like, nah, I'm good. Literally, you're telling me there's none in this dungeon, Smokey? Come on. This is actually a gorgeous dungeon, though.
This is a really gorgeous dungeon. Is this the...
There's one. Jesus
Wow.
fucking Christ.
This is so beautiful. I love crystal dungeons. Stab with a spear. Stab, stab, stab.
I like that the splatterine is like, leave me alone, but also not gonna do anything. Where you at? Over here.
Me?
No, I was talking to Smokey.
Oh my gosh, she's talking to her dog. She's gone insane. The crazy dog lady. Oh, I know, that's Wanderer.
Heh. Accurate.
Actually, why are you on the other side of the cave? Yeah, this is a really good cave to grind. Like, fade break if we get this cave spawn.
Yeah. This is a
It's not necessarily for chromite, but this room I was in had one of each of the life, carrying, and power lotuses. Of the large ones, just sitting here.
Oh, okay. I see a cave mushroom. I grab it. Just one, but I'm already way down. Might as well.
Got my celestial and come and catch up.
It's not a good chromite cave.
No,
It's pretty though.
I got a few the way I went.
I got 2 so far.
I have more than 2, I think. So the one in the room, and I think 3 in the other room.
Might be another one. Gildan.
Good name.
Yeah, it's a Gildan boss. You don't? Do you want a Gildan boss for some reason?
Not exactly.
Okay, boss is taken care of. I literally only had 2. I'm so mad. Like I'm at the end of the dungeon.
One of the Starians.
I totally forgot about the whole how like we had a mining party thing for like weight
Oh, yeah.
purposes.
Yeah. Yeah, we did last time.
Let me set up another one.
Do you want to split what we got? By split what we got, I mean, do you want me to split some of what I got with
I
you?
have 521.
Wow, your mining efficiency is a lot better than mine.
What'd you get?
501.
Oh, no, I don't want to split. Yeah, I'll give you 10.
I feel like that's enough for one run to get like all the hexalite we need for things.
I wonder if, hold on, wait. No, I was saying, okay, while fighting together, chromite acquisition increased by 100%. Was yours out when you were getting it?
They were for a couple.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if I had them out for all of it. I feel like I did.
I'm gonna go this other way so I can try and find a new shrine.
That's a good idea. I'm going just to the shrine. I know where it is because I am overweight.
Yeah. I'm not overweight. I'm good, but I'm going this way anyways because it's like. Hold on. Oh, I am near. There's another shrine over here, babe.
I'm in the water.
People need to be in the water. I never once traversed the water.
I'm here, green sparkly fishy.
Night star sand here.
Actually, it feels a lot better to get night star sand here than in the desert.
Yeah.
Ew. Oh, if inside Ignis with Demon God. Okay.
Oh. Ah, they almost got me. They tried to be like, you're flying, and then they're like, wait a second, no, that's a jump. It's fine. Oh my god, it's really fucking hard to jump because when we jump up, how? Are you kidding me? I felt
That is one advantage with a ground mount in this area.
no. I'm using the thingies, the bouncy things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one sends me up. Great, fine. The second one jumps me up, smashes me into a wall, and bounces me off.
Yes. Yes, that is the fun thing with those. Sometimes it's to do with position, sometimes it's to do with just like if
There
you're
we go.
holding forward
I-
while you jump up them, you will smash into the wall.
I used Sonic. I wasn't holding forward.
Hi, Team Half Blossom. Nice to see you too. Thank
Hi,
you.
Al.
And hello, Al. Thank you for the bits. How are you doing, Al? How's your sleep? Seeing as you're saying good morning, I imagine you just woke up.
I'm a failure.
No, you're an Ico. You're my princess. How are you a failure, huh?
I'm good now. I succeeded.
Oh my god.
Took me a minute. I found a shrine.
I'm gonna make as much
What's that?
hexalite as I can.
That
It hasn't
water?
updated the chrome I
Who
auto-sorted.
just carries around a water pal?
It's nighttime. It is perfect streamer time for us.
Oh yeah, it's great. Having a good time. I took a nap.
Yeah,
I'm
I
feeling
could just
great.
wake up from nap. Oh, the last one was 10:44, so it would be 1:44.
Let's see if I wrote it down.
I believe it was 10:44.
It would be whatever it was if I didn't update it. You think 70% is... I can read. Yeah, that's how it goes. But thankfully there's different parts of the world, so you can always experience people's
I'm sorry,
streams.
I do not have the night owl debuff, the negative stat.
Oh yeah, I have insomnia, okay? It's different.
I have
I forgot why I came here. Holy fuck nuggets. And by fuck nuggets, I mean cake.
You're one of those morning people? Oh wow. I do not function in the morning. I take sometimes I take hours to wake up.
He does.
Sometimes I literally tell Echo I need longer because my eyes are stimming.
He does all the time. I'm a morning person. That's why I have to take a midday nap. I'm a night person and a morning person, so I have to take a midday nap. I'm not a midday person.
And the midday varies depending on the day.
And also, like, there's specific periods of time, okay? So I'm good, like, after 3 a.m. And I'm good after I wake up. That's what I mean by morning person. I'm good after I wake up. So I still go to sleep at a reasonable hour. It's not like I'm a 7 a.m. person. I am an after I wake up person.
Yeah, your wake up time is just whenever.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that. Two of my coworkers was like, "You're too happy. Talk to me again in like 2 hours after my coffee." Some people, yeah. That would be me if I had a business job, like an office job. I would be like that, except I would probably get my energy from
Oh, right.
a ridiculous amount of tries.
I was trying so hard to remember why the fuck I came here. It is to change my sign.
Should be one.
Yeah, I changed it now. You have youth club today. It always, like, when you say things like that, Lucy, it weirds me out.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're in a youth club. I'm 36. Why are you in a youth club? You say you're 24. Why are you in a youth club? I don't understand it. It's just called that? How many?
It could be a UK thing. I know that we have youth clubs here, but they're typically for 18 and under, or under 18.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what youth clubs are in the US too, is under 18. Like,
But
they don't
the-
want adults hanging out with minors.
But there are some youth, like youths, like youth club things that are for older people.
I don't know, like, I wouldn't want to be hanging out with a bunch of kids. But to be fair, I don't know if I was a kid.
And what is the age range of your youth club? Is it just from like below 18 to above 18, or is it 16 to older and anyone within reason and no kids? Okay.
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 I guess that's a little less weird. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's just a UK thing that is just weird. You're just to 18 or 20 or my age.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good activity for young adults to do to keep out of trouble, because that is a big problem in the UK, is youth crime and youth violence. So it does sort of make sense that in the UK they're having more activities to keep
There's the visitor at somebody's base. I'm letting you know, I don't think it's a raid because I turned this off.
No, it would not be good. Are you at your base?
I am at my workshop.
I'm trying to
Alexa,
find-
stop.
Don't think she's at my base. Wow, she listened that time.
Calling me.
I think you got a message earlier as well on the feed. It's more like the autism and ADHD group thing, but they call it youth club for some reason. Probably to make it not seem like, you know, the quote-unquote special school. Probably similar reasons. Oh, Volkov in
You
chat.
said I got a call earlier?
Not a call, just like a message or something. From... I don't think it was Messenger, but it sounded different to the usual buzz on your phone.
Turn off notifications. Stop fucking notifying me of every single
What is that?
fucking Facebook.
Oof. Eesh, yucky.
It's like, I think you want to be in this group. I think you want to be in this group. All because I joined a group about crap bird photography. It's like, oh, you want to be in this group, and this group, and this group, and this group. Yeah, I'm like, you know what? Clearly, I don't want to do anything now. I literally just wanted to look at shitty pictures of birds. Because that's what I enjoyed. Is to look at shitty pictures of birds.
That's the only joy in life.
I also wanted to contribute my own shitty pictures of birds.
Oh, wow.
Oh my lord. Okay, they're at my house base. Okay.
They are at yours. Okay, cool.
Who is it? Who is it? Why are there so many fucking people here?
Oh my god, are you gonna catch
Oh, it's the legendary game hunter. I remember you.
Ooh. We're a bit stronger than last time.
Yeah. I got bigger balls. Sorry. Some.
I got big balls and I cannot deny. Okay, so I need to update all of these.
Don't go this way. Don't go this way. It's illegal. It's illegal. It's illegal. Just stop trying to hang out with your friends. They're not invited to my club. They're like, wow, this person's really suspicious. I don't think this is wise. It is not wise, okay? I have now locked all of the guys inside my base. Except for the game hunter who is outside my base. Okay, hold on. Let's go all the way to the exotic sphere, okay? I got 2 of those. Please. Please, 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 please. Damn it. Oh no. Hold on, let's give it a minute. Let's give it a minute. They're gonna think it's an accident, yeah? Oh wait. It's an accident. It's an accident. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Please, please, please stay. Stay. Shit. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe they didn't notice. Whoops. My bad. My bad. Oopsie daisy. Oh no. Whoops. Hey, you need to walk away from your grape, Franny. Shh, walk away. Walk away.
Okay, so
Do you think they'll see me through the wall?
maybe. Okay, ooh, nice.
Give it a minute. We're taking our time. Like if we take our time, they'll occasionally be like, oh, wait, that must have been an accident. If I start spamming balls, that's when they're going to get mad. They're going to be like, wait, hey, rude.
Yeah.
Okay, 2%. Shit. Okay. I wanted this guy last time, but last time, his buddies blew up my base.
Let me.
And clearly, I don't learn from my mistakes.
What balls are you using to keep
Ultimate.
Ultimate? Okay, I can make more ultimate, but.
Okay. Fine, it's fine.
Yeah, I should, Did I end up rebuilding my labor station anyway? I don't think I did.
Whoops. Oh, no.
Oh!
What? Oh,
Thank you
thank you so much for the raid. That's awesome.
Thank you for the raid! Hello!
I find him. Don't worry.
Oh my god! Thank you for the follow, Keto
Do
Death.
you think he's gonna find me? Do you think he's gonna find me? Find me.
Oh my god, that is a long name.
Peter Death to we and
Anno's
Horton McFat.
Go the Demon
I love
King.
that.
Welcome in, and thank you very much for the raid, Panic.
Welcome in, Raiders. Please. Okay, I got a critical bonus that time. Shit. He does not care. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I was having some fun trying to catch a legendary.
Game hunter. He sells meat.
Hello.
You know how convenient it would be to just have meat for sale in my house?
How was stream, Panic? I saw you were playing Dead by Daylight earlier, and Epic came by.
Yee.
Raided
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
There, thank you for the follow, Young. Come in.
For those who don't know us, I am Tristan, and this is my wife, Aiko.
Oh my god, where'd it go?
We are. She's focused. We are we are the Heart Blossoms. We married VTuber couple.
Oh my god, how did you get up there?
Having fun.
Yep.
Yeah, we are. My brain is off. Yeah.
If I attack it with my pal.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows.
know.
Everything
I'm
that's
wondering if I should
wonderful
damage
is what I feel when we're
Yeah, bring it.
together.
What the fuck? Is my Wumbo flying? I'm so confused. There's so much happening. Thank you so much for the follow, Keto. Welcome in. Get in my voice, you bitch. I can't do this too quickly. Because if I don't, if I do it too quickly, his friends will get mad. And I've locked his friends in my house. His friends are locked in my house.
They have escaped.
They escaped? No, they didn't.
They're right there. They're right next to him on mine.
Oh my god. One of his friends is still here.
There's 3 of them. 4.
Oh shit, they are here now. Okay. Well, maybe. How did you guys get out?
That's okay. Sometimes
If I
you have
take my
days where-
time doing it, I can claim it was an accident. See? Whoops.
Oh no, it's an accident.
I keep accidentally throwing ultimate spears at him.
There'll be an accident soon as well again. There'll be
In
another
terms of
accident.
endurance, you lose just. Yeah, you weren't streaming when I woke up this morning. No, I know, because I was watching your stream from yesterday. And then I went and watched Taru's. Who apparently
Yeah,
streams Dead by Daylight. Or maybe he streams both and he just didn't change the title. I don't know.
Yeah, they were playing Dead by Daylight earlier today as well. When I left the.
I looked at his VOD list and it was just all Dead by Daylight.
Maybe to the lows Dead by Daylight.
Sir, I'm gonna need you
Um,
to live with me. I don't like that you have bought friends. Okay? Because it makes it harder to damage you.
I wonder if.
Fuck. Eventually it'll work, right? It's 2% chance. But I've gotten things on less.
Eventually it'll work, yeah, with enough. Oh, he's trying to leave.
Get back
Trying to
here!
leave.
Shit! Come back!
He's leaving.
Red spotted trying to commit a crime! Oh shit.
Oh, he died immediately. Someone killed him.
Wasn't me! Wasn't me!
I think one of their own Nocturne killed him.
Oh no. Shit, go, go! I've not been spotted. Nope, not been spotted. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. Can't
Accurate
blame me.
voice is doubled on my
I'm
screen.
not
Oh
me.
no.
Sorry, that's me. Sorry.
Yeah, we're same room, so when,
It happens.
when loud and excited. Apparently I'm not spotted him.
Okay, we'll do this. And then we wait down. Wait it down. It's close. It's close, okay? They're still gonna see me, but I'm not gonna be wanted anymore. I think he sees me. Ow!
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
I think so. Get
I'm
it,
not
let it,
wanted, but
get
he
it.
still wants to kill me.
I'm a murderer. Oh no, the police are after me. You're not wanted anymore?
No, it's not a source issue. I'm not wanted. They want you.
The guards have disappeared.
The Pal Tamer body. I see one Pal Tamer bodyguard. He's in my house. He's not in my house, but he's over there. Maybe I'll catch him. Oh shit. Ah shit. Ah. Okay. Well, he died. He's dead. Oh my god. His body just flew.
I keep forgetting I got Sky Marcher. I can jump twice. I don't see this. I think he sees us with a shotgun. Thank you for
Yeah, for the raid.
Same.
I'm sorry for the. Oh yeah. We That's why I have it on my stream. It's across the top. It scrolls across. Yes, we are in the same room.
Yeah, we don't want to be away from each other.
Oh my
but we have
god,
to-
Keto's too excited. Look at this. Look at this.
we had to put up we got like a soundproofing foam wall sort of divider.
Look,
between us,
we
but
tried.
It helps a little bit, especially with the
Okay. Like it used to be a lot
Yeah,
worse,
yeah,
especially since like here's the big thing it helps, okay? Is the fact that it gets louder if we're looking at each other.
Mhm.
So the big thing that the wall helps is that we're not facing each other constantly trying to look at each other. So you know, it reduces some of
the
that
mic
echo.
a bit further over, and it gets. But if we're both talking at the same time, like I've got a thing set up on the mic, like a noise gate.
Also, if I get excited, I get loud, so
Yeah, yeah. I've got a noise gate on my mic where if most of the time it cuts out echo, but if we're talking at the same time and the mic's active, it still picks up echo, which can happen at times. Okay, now that that's over. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Hello, all the raiders. I think I introduced us.
I really love to stay and hang out today. I'm so sleep. No shit. No shit, you're sleep deprived. You were up all fucking night, even though you kept talking about going to sleep. Yeah, of course, go to sleep. Duh. You're fine.
I hope you have a good sleep.
I'll stalk you some more later. Don't worry.
We have been having so much fun, so we will continue having fun. Thank you for the
Thank you for the permission.
It's the only way we can continue having fun. With the permission. But yeah,
Let's see, Gloopy.
oh my god.
What?
It's so sweet. They're our people.
Yeah, I agree.
I guess.
Yeah. He was saying earlier, he was like, it's so hard to meet other couples kind of in our situation, but to find them on Twitch also is like, and they're VTubers, so like, how fucking perfect.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely perfect.
Where did these water eggs come from?
We met clone. Yeah.
I have some water eggs. I don't know what they are. I don't remember breeding anything that was wet.
Yeah, we typically have less chaotic situations going on. We're typically
It
a
was,
cozy.
it was just a.
free
We're
and
usually very cozy and chill and stuff. This was just a.
people
Gladwood,
Gladwood
that's
went
awesome.
earlier.
That's hilarious. That's awesome.
One of the awesome things is because we're playing this game and streaming whenever,
Yeah.
and you guys also stream long, like long endurance streams.
Out of the it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I feel like the schedule would be very easy to line up.
Trying to figure out what the heck I was breeding earlier that caused me to have so many damp eggs. I see eggs. What's up, Eden? What by water? Oh, aqua, Elfidron aquas. That has to be what they were.
Figure aqua?
Yeah, I was wondering where all these water eggs came from.
Oh yes.
That's the only thing I can think.
Is it in the
Oh
roulette
my gosh.
chest? Oh my gosh.
What I have in my fucking.
I need to look. What happened? Oh, you called him. You called the bodyguard.
No wonder I was arrested. I
Yeah.
didn't catch who I wanted to catch. I caught a fucking bodyguard.
But hey, he's probably gonna have a pally throw his ass. Be good on base defense.
I guess. I meant to go. I put the stuff away and I forgot to tell them to actually cook the hexalite. Now I have to go back and have them cook the hexalite. I think I also just replaced Smokey in my party with this strange man. What should I name my dude?
I don't know. That's a good question. It's Wednesday, my dudes. I don't know. But that must be the leader of the random dude. Do I have enough hexalite? Right now, we're just like waiting for hexalite to cook, so it's not really. We could be out exploring, but what are we trying to build? The sphere. Oh, yes, epic. I have.
Oops. What?
I have the advanced sphere assembly line building right now.
Good, good, good.
That will let us upgrade our base.
I will be able to do more breeding.
Yeah, today was about breeding and condensing mimogs. Oh,
Do you want to see the mimog I caught the other day? Oh my gosh. I need to show you. You're going to be so jealous of my freaking mimog. Where's my mimog? Here it is.
Oh, yes, that mimog.
First of all, lucky mimog. Okay? With 3 stars.
A 3-star lucky mimog. That was insane.
This is what I got. A 3-starred lucky mimog. Level 61. Yeah. Isn't it cool? They're a lot easier to catch when they're lucky, I think.
It's easier to track them when you're on
Yeah. Yeah, right? He hears it. I caught him like this. I've never bred a mimog in my life. I can now because it's a boy and this is a girl. The only other one I have. What are you breeding mimogs for? Just curious.
Dog coins, I believe.
Oh, really? Oh, oh gosh. Are you killing them?
Are you slaughtering the treasure chests? Or are you just trying to get it now?
You sneak up, shoot him in the face, and click spear his ass?
Yes, it does help with catching. Yeah, I've done that a couple of times.
I've just snuck up and thrown it at him. I didn't think about shooting him in the face.
Sometimes I walk up with my Celestia if I see one, and just friggin' holy
Transporting on base.
holy that.
Let me see. I'll see him walk around and see how it looks to me. Because, like, right now I've got the, duelists doing that. But I'm kind of curious now. I'll use the large one because it looks good.
I hatched this Hydra one from a mutated egg, and he's really good at transporting.
Also, for some reason, my duelists just, like, ignore walls. That's fun. Do you guys, do you guys' transporting pals just, like, ignore walls?
Let's go have a look at that. We shoot in the face, they get stunned long enough. Yeah, I've done that a couple of times.
Yeah, look, even the Mimog's ignoring my walls. I'm so confused.
These walls are just suggestions.
I'm wondering if it's because of this right here not being, like, my wall.
It could also be because this is grass. So, like, there's a gap there. Maybe they're walking under.
Yeah, yeah, that makes
sense. They just keep walking under the wall. Oh my god, it's such a big Mimog. It's like a It's so big and just, yeah, it must be like they're going under the wall. Because it's just along here they do it.
Yeah, it is.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it works. But they got a shortcut. They just go through my walls.
The Mimog is super speedy.
Mimog is, yeah, it is super speedy. I was carrying a rock.
I love how the Mimog carries things with the
Yeah.
I do have Mimogs to breed.
It might be better. Like, do you think it'd reduce lag because I have all these freaking duelists?
Possibly.
I don't know if it fits the vibe. I'll have to think about it. I don't know. It might fit the vibe more, to be honest, because, like, I mean, kind of. Like, if you think about it, like, this entire area is filled with random duelists on the ground.
Oh, does everyone like my art creations? I'm an artist. This is how my minds are.
Oh my lord.
Here's the chest for all the ingots and wood. I was trying to get one of these like completely vertical, but it's just too far in the ground.
If you breed it to get another Licky Memo, you can give it Insomnia, Work Slave, Serious, and Artisan when you get the upgrade for the operating table. Operating over the lucky trait won't decrease its size.
Oh, it keeps the size.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay.
That makes sense because it
I get the upgrade for the operating table. Hold on a minute.
wait.
What do you mean?
Oh, is it the artisan upgrade? Yeah, Insomnia, Work Slave, and Serious you all get, but
Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
um,
I thought you meant there was another operating table.
yeah, the chip. So far, I have been running around with no flyer. The only flyer I want to get is the Frostallion Nocturne. Sanctuary 3, we gotta go get at some point. The next thing to upgrade our base is the large scale electric egg incubator, so I need to do more towers.
I'm gonna pull back these guys for a bit and just see how I feel about the production of the base with maybe just Memogs. Hold on, let me get the other Memog in here too.
Yeah, no, flyer is a massive game changer. I just have decided to just use ground mounts
Yeah.
so far. I've used Dormantide once to swim to Daybreak. Oh, that's it so far.
Alright, this is for vibes. Oh my god. They're so cute. What the fuck is going on with that scorpion?
I could think this.
Get your shit together. You just need to be told off. It's fine. Okay. It is a lot cleaner because they're smaller too, so it does feel a lot less chaotic in here. I might do that.
I only just got this Seller's Deer with Swift Eternal Engine and Sky Launcher. And I put Ferocious on it as its last one. That was Insomnia, but I'm not using it as a worker. I've got a Seller's Deer knocked with that.
I do like how small they are. I don't even know where they are right now
Yeah.
because they're just zipping around. They're so small.
There's my baby. The Seller's Deer knock is so pretty.
Okay, you've sold me on the Memogs.
You're enjoying them as a base?
Yeah, it makes it so much quieter.
Less thud as they're walking around.
Yeah. There's not like a physical thud thud thud. It's just it's like everything looks it's a visual clutter, yeah. I'll put them out for right now. I'll put the duelists out for right now while I do the breeding. But yeah, it's way nicer. I don't care if they're big or small. So whatever I wind up with is what I wind up in. I don't really care.
Basically, all of the duelists weren't even intentionally bred for transporting, right? Like, it was just in the process of trying to get the duelist knocked with good stats, good passives.
For lucky. Can I
Oh my god!
Can I get a Memog? What can I get a Memog from? Let's find out. Oh, only a Memog. Okay, well. I'm not even gonna fucking try to have a goddamn Yakimo out there. Whoa. Saturn, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why did you bring the milk down there? Where are you going?
Your milk was taken somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Brunelli has stolen my milk and has jumped off into the lake.
How did I get turned around when the guy was right here and he's glowing purple?
Oh, now she's got an egg.
Oh, Unova.
It's like, are you good, fam? She was feeling great. She was feeling parched.
What are we gonna
She
do?
can just do her. She can just do her job, I guess, down here in the river.
I feel there's something we were gonna do and then we got sidetracked. Oh wait, no, it was the sanctuary stuff. Already did that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess you're vibing. Don't die. I guess.
Oh, now that I've got Sky Marcher, I can actually traverse the ground
Yeah.
much easier. I can run around.
Okay.
Getting sidetracked consistently is part of this game. It is probably the main thing we do.
Okay, I have a lot of options. I think I'm still gonna use a Duelith Noct for the Is it better at mining? Is the Duelith Noct better at mining than the Duelith? Or are they the same?
I don't know. Maybe.
Duelith is 6 at default. And the Duelith Noct is
Stuck.
6 at default, so no.
Okay, so it just means... I mean, it gets free insomnia, I guess that is the work advantage of it.
I think I'll just take one of my other ones and just make it a miner then. I don't need, like, because it's gotten, the other Duelists have insomnia. And I can use those to crush them down and I can squish those into my, my powerhouses.
Well, Saga of Tanya the Evil is...
Because I
good.
do want a duel, sorry.
No, you go.
I do want a Duelith at my base, I just didn't. I think it'd be better as a miner.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
There's
Saga of Tanya the Evil, I haven't watched the movie of, but I have watched the anime. It is good. Yes, go get some sleep, Panic.
Night. It was really nice seeing you again.
It is really nice to see you again, yeah. We will be here at some point. I don't know how long we'll keep streaming for. You might wake up before the end. I don't know how long. That'll be there. But yeah. Have a wonderful sleep. And actually get some sleep.
This works. This having the Duelith here out here mining the ore and the ore mining site too looks good.
Thank you once again for the raid. It was very sweet, very nice. Thank you. I keep jumping all over the place. I like jumping. Hop, hop, hop.
Okay.
Oh, my love.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Alright, why? I was gonna breed some Mimos. Why?
Oh, you're gonna read some Nemo?
Why?
Nemo?
I'm concerned.
You wanting to do...
Foster?
Wait, hang on, let me check out how many towers I need to do. Okay, never mind. We need to get up to the Faybreak Tower, which is honestly 2 towers away, but...
We still need to, like, get through it.
Yeah. Take your time, my love. Enjoy your Mimo breeding. I need to figure out what I want to breed next.
Oh, now I'm concerned. How did I get this many spots? Oh, because two couples. Right. Trying to like organize these in here so they're pretty to me. No.
Oh, hit me. Oh, they ran into me and damaged me. No. Yeah, I'm just running around the desert getting all the fast travel points right now. About a better tell me, tell me.
I'm basically trying to make it to where I can, like, the breeding couple is at the top. But also I want everything to be somewhat organized. So, like, these are all my planters, these are all my fire pals, these are all blah, 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 blah. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. I did that last time. I don't think I've done that yet this time. I can jump up cliffs now.
that's great. Could you not jump
Oh.
off cliffs before?
It was much harder to jump up cliffs because I only had one.
Oh, jump up cliffs. I thought you said
Jump
jump,
up, yes.
off.
I'll jump off was always easy. That's my main way of getting down anyway.
That's why I was confused. I was like, what the fuck? I go squish some dual knocks since I have them all. I have a bunch of them now.
I think I want to breed Sellers deers to get to 4-star now. So just mass breed.
Good. I want to do that with the Selines. I'm just waiting on getting getting one that has the Eternal Sun's engine on it.
I don't care the quality of these. Actually, I might have enough to be able to 4-star this one. Its stats aren't great. Like, talent-wise. It's hidden talents. But that could be fixed.
I'm gonna start breeding for trash. For the dualith knocks specifically.
I might be able to 4-star this right away. I know I had to breed quite a lot to get to getting this.
How about look here?
Just about there.
Give them try. Oh,
Solution by something weird again. No. What is it? No, let me search by pacifist. Let's go pacifist or not. Pacifist. This one. Yeah, it is on an expedition. I'm safe
you
too.
take these. You take these. I am or am not. I think I'll just keep the Mimog small. They're actually kind of cute.
But I do want the lucky trip. So. And there'll be less visual clutter at that small too. Oh, but I do kind of like the 3 stars on that one. Well, I can crush it into something else, yeah? And that'll get 3 stars, right?
What will?
If I crush that big lucky one into another memo, I'll get the 3 stars.
You'll get that one to 3 stars, but you would lose the lucky, yeah.
Care about that. I'm trying to breed lucky onto another one anyways.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you are more than fine to do that then.
Oh my god, it was a serpent. That's what it was. What can one do with a serpent?
Get the vegetable. I'm not breeding traits right now. Someone came up here and made my minestrone with my ridiculous amount of ingredients. Well, vegetable cake can get made.
Bless you. Bless you again.
Thank you. My nose.
Ah, I got the sniffles.
I need to breed the Reptero-Crist and the Reptero for trash too, because they're not high on. Well, yeah, they're not high enough yet. So we'll need to breed them before we get the bigger furnace.
Thank you, Lucy.
Which, actually,
I feel like how we know that, like, in the end furnace, you only need 1.
yeah.
So, like, while you can have 4 for this furnace, it's not necessary.
Necessary for these 2. And they need to be higher level. And same with this workbench up here. You need 2. I wouldn't imagine this was a large common egg. They're very small. Be up at an alpha.
Do I gamble?
Do you want a game?
Do I gamble losing a lucky, a rainbow passive?
Do you have a backup of it?
The backup I gambled before and tabled, but it only took the non-lucky passive. I'm gonna gamble.
You at your base right now?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going over there because I want to gamble on the dude.
He succeeded. Nice. Gamble was successful. Rates were increased.
I just want to see if it's possible. Where's he at? Where you at?
My sphere assembly line. I've got him assigned to it.
Okay. I need you to see if you can. Will you fix my man?
Yeah, shall I conduct the latest brawn surgery on the dude? If it succeeds, the result will be mind-blowing. Yes, go with the sketchy surgery. That's fine. Here goes. Dr. Braun produced a series of cold-blooded surgery on the dude. It's a masterpiece. He acquired Mind Foreman, and his stats have increased. Mind Foreman is what you consider an upgrade? Like, I mean, I guess.
I mean, to a negative, yeah. To a nothing, I guess.
Yes, whatever. He's got better defense, I suppose. I want to see how good he is at killing things. I know he wasn't very good at killing me, but, you know, I'm just built different.
Let's.
Excuse me, dude.
You guys don't need to be on this.
Frog. Oh my god, he one-shot the frog.
No, the frog, not Kirby.
Run, frog, run! Oops, sorry. Sorry to tell you. This guy's really, really trigger happy for some reason. I like that he's got a shotgun. It's like having a shotgun without having a shotgun.
That should be enough some of these. Elder returned.
Come on, dude. Did you say so cute?
So
Did you
cute.
say so cute?
Yes, he did indeed say so cute.
He's killing all the cute creatures with his shotgun. What do you mean? I
Adorable.
wouldn't say he's so adorable. Look how cute he is running
That's
around
an
with his
adorable
shotgun.
blood splatter.
Oh, he's so cute. Look at him running with his shotgun. Oh my god, he didn't one-shot a Clovey? Crazy. That was level 3, weak bitch.
Need 10 more.
You want to hear something that I heard? Okay, so I'm watching Pan's stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, the Herbills, they fuck, man. You know, it's like, I've had it since level 1, and I just thought it was like gonna save your life, and that's fine, but now his trust is way up, and he freaking fucks. I was like, he does though. You're not wrong. That's exactly what I've been saying. Freaking Herbie.
Oh.
Why are you saying that? That's what I kept saying last run. That's why I said I'm not using Herbie because he's OP. I'll still use my Reum. I'll still use my Bushi Noct, but Herbie, he's OP. I can't. Too overpowered.
What are the best ones of reading these two? No.
Itchitus. Itchitus. That's what makes you beautiful. Do you know what makes you beautiful? Is not knowing that you're beautiful. Just saying.
Mail. I don't have any good mail drum types.
Aw, man. The egg bug thing.
Let me look how to make it. Oh my god, I'm watching myself. I rated myself. That's right. No, you don't know you're beautiful.
You don't know you're beautiful. Uh-oh. That's what makes it beautiful.
Let me take
Alexa, what time is it?
no.
also have to take my meds because I forgot to do that. I think, what's today? Thursday?
Yeah,
Is
you
it
forget to take-
Thursday?
It is Friday.
Well, then somebody forgot to take their morning meds. No wonder they needed a midday nap.
Huh?
It was also me.
My morning meds consist of where is
You almost take my morning meds. Huh?
where is the bounty officer?
You know, that's a really fucking good question.
Where is he supposed to be?
Supposed to be at the fucking station beside Gary and Fat Boy Slim. He just refused, so I don't fucking know.
Where the fuck is he?
I went walking around looking for him, couldn't find him. I know he's supposed to be in there.
I'm gonna unassign him and then reassign.
That's
him.
fine. That'll work. He just didn't like his name as Officer Beppis, I guess.
Beppis. Gary doesn't want to go back to his workbench.
It's fine. This is little bit of freedom.
Beppis.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hon. My God, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at her butt.
Okay. Were there 3 of them or only 2 of them? There are 4 of them. Were there 4 of them or only
Another
3?
3. I tried to catch a 4th, but I caught his friend instead.
Ah.
It would have been really good to have a meat man.
It would have been. Yeah, I have fixed them around. They have been put on the right benches.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hon. My God, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Oh my gosh, look at her butt. Much back. Little in the middle, but it got much back. Little in the middle, but I got at her butt. My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, huh? Alright, there's something specific I want to do, actually. I remember now. It does require a bit of grinding, though.
Gonna grind on me.
I was thinking
Drummond?
more of something that would give us plenty of fruits.
Oh. I did also realize that to get the I know exactly what you're talking about. I did always also realize to get the skill fruit trees, we need to visit the world tree.
To do what?
The skill fruit trees.
Oh, okay. Need some resource from there.
Need wood from the magic, the mythical wood.
Oh, that's what they're growing on.
Mm-hmm. Dang, Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj, that's who
Yeah.
saying this?
She's not wrong, though.
I got a big fat
I'm just saying, have you seen this music video? It's
no.
It's good. It's a good music video. I'm just
Good
gonna say,
music
as
video,
somebody,
yeah.
like, look, as some, huh?
As someone that appreciates an ass.
As somebody that appreciates an ass, it's a good video. Look, I will talk all the shit about fucking Nami and her fan service, but I will appreciate some.
You appreciate the physique.
I appreciate the physique. Okay. Is it maybe because I'm a little jealous? Maybe. Maybe. Do I wish I had a bigger butt? Hell yeah. I do. But that is because I'm a white girl. And I got white girl ass.
I'm a white guy and I've got white guy arm.
Oh, I can pet him. He's so cute. Let me go. Yeah.
A crap ton of squats can help.
I know. That would be exercise I could do.
But
Lucky
also to be fair,
and lucky. I got 2 lucky.
crap ton of squats are hell.
Got 2 luckies. Let me see if they're alphas. I hope not.
I don't think that would necessarily help with size, but it helps with shape, I think.
I don't know.
My love is perfect.
They're not alphas, which is fabulous. So they're gonna be tiny and speedy bitches. I'm gonna put speed buffs in them.
I am speed.
Okay.
Floating like a drug addict.
So I will
stinging like
add-
a bee. Stinging like a drug.
Let's see. Work speed. Nimble.
But Aiko is perfect just the way she is. I love my wife.
Insomnia.
He is so cute.
I don't know if the chests sleep, but I assume they probably do.
Best sleep? I actually don't know. I think you're right that they do. Hemog, what element are you? They're normal, yeah, they'll sleep.
I'm giving them nimble to increase their speed,
Yeah, nimble.
and I'm giving them work slave.
Oh, I was gonna check what work speed. What does work speed raise to?
Speed. That's on me.
Oh,
I will say I've not given Prunelia any speed buffs, and this bitch is fast.
work speed is completely irrelevant for transporting buffs. Those transporting powers.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then I'll just fucking put. I guess I don't have nimble, so it's got it. I didn't know that.
Neither did I. I decided to look it up because before I looked up what the level does, and that increases the amount they can carry at once. But I was looking up, as you mentioned, I was like, yeah, what does that do? Nothing. Apparently.
So it's now got 50% work speed and only 10% increase to movement speed.
Yeah, so getting movement speed increases are much more important on.
Well, hold on. How many do I need? Oh god. Okay, hold on.
The other option is also like hunger slash sanity reduction. They're already fast enough.
Oh, that's what I want. It's never fast enough, okay? I'm trying to think, what could I get from the PDIF officer? The bounty guy.
Bounties, you could. I don't think he offers any that increase speed.
Okay, what about the arena dude?
The arena merchant?
I'll go find out.
I haven't got the arena fast travel point to find out.
I got it. I'll go look. I'm glad, Lucy. I'm glad you're having a good time.
I know you already have. You already have the nimble. I think he might sell runner.
Runner is the one I was thinking.
I'll be right back.
Alright. He does sell runner and it's 50, so what do I got in my phone? Sonic, Celine, and Ryan. Alright, let's go. Probably gonna lose. Fuck 'em up, guys. I believe in you. Got 2 fish, 2 water. Oh my god, against my fire, dude. Oh my god. Go, go, go. Well, I'm not mass breeding, but transporting. I'm gonna have to.
Oh, yeah. But mastery and for star would be decent as well.
Yeah.
Probably jump down and then swim.
I won only because I killed the boss with my face, or with his. I killed him in the face.
Nice.
He wasn't wearing a shirt.
Dead in the face.
I'm not gonna do master. I'll be fine.
Yeah, master is good thing you get up to 50 arena tokens before you get to master.
Where is it? He's somewhere. Somewhere.
I believe we also get a guaranteed hit. Yeah.
No, no, no. Take him out. Take him out. Take him out. No, no, no. Oh, fuck that shit. Bushi, live. Live, Bushi. Fuck. I don't lose anything. I just don't. I mean, I lose rank, but like, hunger shit.
Yeah, you usually lose rank. I have no idea what the purpose of rank is.
I get a discount. do I have now? Let's see. At 37. Alright, let's keep going. I think what we'll do this time is we will make Bushi our lead. Mostly because I can't command Tillian to do anything. I can command Bushi. This one shouldn't be that bad. I think I've done this one before. Are you kidding me? Wow. Oh, it's because of the reserves. That's why. That guy sucks. That's okay. Win some, you lose some. That's the way it goes. Just the teams. Like I'm taking the same team in there back to back, and like it's not gonna be good against everything. I could guarantee some by choosing earlier ones, but oh my god, this is an entire electric team. This is an entire fucking electric team. That's gonna be interesting.
Nice. If you had ground pals, that would be an amazing counter if they had just the entire single mountain. Yeah, Master and Legend of both have their hidden level high, strong moves.
Guys, these are all 75, 75, 75. This is diamond. He's unable to use an active skill. Fucking use it, bro. There we go. Would have happened faster. If you should fucking listen to me.
Hmm?
I said it would have happened faster if Bushy listened to me.
Oh yeah.
It took me like 10 times to tell him to use the Void Blade. Oh, hey, babe.
Hey, honey. I have 50 tickets if you.
I have 45. You wanna give me 5? Give me a little time? Or do you wanna buy some? Okay. I will take a runner, please. Makes sense. Always effort. Infinite stamina is also an option. Oh, Serenity. All these, some of these are so good. Whatever. Got runner. No, I don't want to do. Oh.
It looks like RP has no purpose. Don't mean look up the entire time, but like the friggin' the rank points have no purpose other than
Bragging
being
rights.
a visual guide for how well you've done.
Okay. Some people care about that shit.
Some people do.
And maybe I'll get to the point where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm this rank. And I'll be bragging to people about it, you know? But
Yeah.
build a large-scale electric incubator, that's the next current base mission. Boy. Boy.
So we need to beat Fey Break.
I want that. I want it.
We do want that. So we need to beat Fey Break now. One other thing, I believe the highest rank you as a player can get to is Master, and Legend was a rank added with 1.0
Oh.
that you can battle, and they are very tough.
Alright, as soon as I see, as long as I got a male and a female of these guys, I'm just gonna pull them out. I believe I do. If I don't, that'd be very bad luck. So keeping this one. So. Male. Female. Boom. And I have to do that because I'm going to be squishing this one into the other ones. Hold on. Let me make sure that male I just chose has lucky. He does. Okay, good, 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 good. Choose this male instead, though, because it has less things to compete with. Alright, runner. Now he's got lucky, runner, nimble, and insomnia.
Oh, okay, that's why neutral damage is the best.
Wow.
So, a neutral is super effective against. Dark is super effective against neutral,
Mm-hmm.
but it's a one-way relationship. Neutral is just regular effective against dark.
Oh.
It's not peak. That's why Holy Burst is like the best skill you want to get on your raid pals.
Let's see.
Because of just like neutral skills in general tend to be really strong, but don't have an elemental advantage, basically.
Okay.
Like Ghost was normal, although I think Ghost.
Oh my god.
Normal is not even neutral.
Why did you kill Lulu?
Just be honest.
Well, I guess you didn't kill her. She's stronger than that. I think you were gonna kill Lulu. Okay, I'm going to my base, and I'm going to be swapping out my big bowies for the mimogs. Except for one, who I don't remember. Okay, oh, cool. It says current task. Sweet. Oh, I wanted to level them first. I looking for? Leveling. Right. I was just up here. There you go. Thought you tried to be sneaky. There we go. Now they're level 60. Did you kill the? Oh my God! They're. I forgot. They were aggressive. Come on. Oh my God, I love how they dance. They're so adorable. The little Lulu just vibing. But my Lulu won't run away from me. Where's my Lulu? She might run away from me. She's probably busy. Lulu. Lulu, where are you? There you are, kitty. She's so small and adorable. I love her so much. I wish I could just carry her around. I guess I can carry her around with me. Technically. She's baby. Put my bounty tickets back. Baby, you okay?
Yeah, I'm just doing some research on what the work suitability of every different type does.
Okay. They're so cute and small and nice is nice. Look at them. Look how fast they are. Jesus fuck. I've decided thematically this makes more sense up here because this is where I like to stand.
Ooh. Right.
What?
I was trying to. I have to fucking Google so much to find what how many items they can take at level 10 transporting.
Uh-huh.
It is 500.
Oh, wow.
Uh-huh. You know, like I think level 5 is 40.
See, the thing is I feel like I can excuse these guys walking under the walls more.
Yes. Yeah, the duelists were a bit like.
Like,
My ankle can fit, so obviously I can do it. My 4 Gary chest at a glance looks like it. At a glance looks like it says 4 gay.
So it makes a little bit of sense. Like I left these gaps under here for the chest to be able to get to for the mobs to be able to get under here.
Yeah, there we go. I fixed the chest. 4
Floor.
gay.
I'm in the floor. Oh my God, he needs a light. I'm so sorry this had to happen, Gary. I'm so
How many-
sorry.
How much is in your work speed right now?
What?
What's your work speed at?
Mine?
Yeah. Like how many?
27.95.
$27.95?
Yeah.
Is it max?
I don't know. Hold on. Okay. I'm check. No, I don't think so. It's 30 plus 11. So 41.
Oh wow, you can still have 9 more, damn.
You've been feeding them to me.
Mine's 10 plus 40.
Oh wow, yep.
I've gotten 40 from the, okay, I'm gonna make a bunch of these even.
So we've got Fat Boy Slim. Officer Beppis is fucking somewhere. And then, Gay.
Did you rename Gary Gay?
I did, but I do want to specify that I did have a, my biological dad used to date a woman named Gay.
Oh,
Like, that was
so
actually,
the name Gay.
yeah. Like,
I see.
legitimately, her name was Gay. She was really nice. Really good.
Ooh, she probably would have gotten bullied a lot. Though.
Probably did. I don't know. I didn't even think about it.
Um,
I just wanted to be. This was like around peak Britney Spears time, and she had a daughter, and I wanted us to be sisters so fucking bad.
let me remove what's in the parentheses. Because you know what I did for my for Gary chess?
What?
As soon as I saw, like, I misread it, I was like, okay, yep, I'm renaming that to for Gay. And then in brackets I had Gary.
No, you
But
can,
now I just remove it.
there you go.
It's for Gay.
I should probably, at the very least, upgrade to the higher assembly line. Like, I don't want the sphere line. I could steal that from you.
Yeah.
But I should at least have the workshop. What do I need for that? Coralum. Great. Fabulous. 30 computers. Get all the other stuff made up.
Next.
You know what? I'm gonna go do my other work. Cannot be fucked. Cannot be fucked with that right now.
Electricity. Venusa, honestly, you don't need a transport anymore. Venusa, your transporting can turn off. You can just do handiwork and medicine. Sekhmet? Okay, yeah, transporting can turn off too. You can just do handiwork and, yeah, mining when you're not handiworking. Nelia? Yeah, your transporting can turn off too, it's awful. I'm gonna permanently assign up Nelia to the you are my transporter. You are my sole transporter. One. Volume. Order. Transporting. Extra. Doing extra. Okay. Cool. Cool. Let me build a clinic.
I got the dualith Nox breeding trash, and I've got my Reptira breeding trash because when I get my upgraded forge, I can't use my current Reptira because he's not good enough. He needs more fire.
I
And I'm gonna need to do the same thing with the Reptira Chris because it's like they're both at level 5. And I could give him the books, but I want to upgrade them first. Alright. And now, because I got that ready, I don't need that. Yep.
Okay, and then yeah. I'm gonna permanently assign my Brunellia to just sit on the clinic because she doesn't need to do anything else in the base. She's not good enough to do anything else.
Wow.
I know.
She's good at like everything. Right now, you know what she's been doing at my base, weirdly? Transporting.
True, yeah, she's okay at transporting.
Like she's just doing it all.
She can do a lot, but she's not like excessively proficient in anything.
She got shafted. Okay, the abundant
She
harvest
really
is a
did.
good reason for her to be there, but she got shafted hard.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna permanently assign her to my clinic. I'm gonna pump medicine books into her to give her more work on the clinic.
But Prunelia and Lulu are mostly there for their partner buff. Or their base buff and stuff. Yeah, partner house.
I need to get a Lulu in my base. I just need one more.
That's why my shit, like I have so much shit and why my base
Uh-huh.
is so busy. Is because that shit grows. It grows fast and it grows a lot.
Just immediately. Like, and do you even have them 4-star?
No.
That'll get more ridiculous as you
Yep.
do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Speaking of which, I actually do need to go over to the base really quick because there was one thing I was wanting to do. I just got to figure out how I'm going to do it. One of the things I wanted to do that I don't know how to do yet is I want to add onions, carrots, and potatoes. But I don't know how I'm going to do that. I gotta pull these out.
I will give you these transport books I have because I got a mutated Eidrillon that I'm happy to have in my base because my base vibe currently is chaos.
Okay.
Because it's mutated and there's a Wumpo in my base. I've got 9 Transformers.
I do not need 2 plots.
I'll put them into the chest to the left of the health thing.
I need water. Can you give me pal spheres? Not pal spheres. Wow, that's not water. Pal fluids.
Health fluids?
Yeah.
I'll get you whatever's at the ranch, and then if you need more,
Thanks.
whatever's at my base, which I don't think I have many. I'll just take all from the ranch.
There we go.
Okay, Pell fluids are in a chest, so you should be able to do whatever with them.
I want that to be able to make onion.
You've got a nice farm going, and I think you have the pals to actually keep up with
Yeah,
it.
I know. That's why I was like, I can actually fucking do this.
Yeah. I don't need that. That. I'm sort of outgrowing all of those pulses of outgrowing. Which I will make a sphere chest. For those. In fact, I'll put it next to the project.
Look at that. My Lilith is water. Is my Lilith water? My Lylene, not Lilith. Is Lylene water? No, they're just getting watered. See if it looks stupid from above. Please don't. It's taking a lot for me to be okay just adding all the crops here, okay? I just want to make sure it looks nice. Oh, okay. It doesn't look bad at all.
Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing we can do. Nice, we paid a huge egg from 2 Jormuntide Ignises. It's gonna be interesting to see what that is.
I kind of wish that the Ophidians would spread out and stop being on top of each other. Oh, thank you guys for... I kind of wish I had $1 million. Well, that was worth a shot. Alright, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna lower these. This is the one thing I'm gonna do.
I gotta do it now. I've gotta make a bad financial decision.
Oh. Are you gonna give me $1 million?
No.
Oh, well. That would've been cool.
Potentially.
Yeah, yeah. I wanna feel that I never before no nothing like it. Oh, yo.
Cool, this one.
We're gonna be millionaires, guys. He said potentially. I could be millionaire.
No, freaking man.
Yeah. I get a feeling that I never. No, I get a feeling. Yeah, I'm okay with it being in the middle. There's gonna be a little gap. I'm okay with it being in the middle, so it looks intentional. Oh God. I'm not trying to plant. And if I ever need anybody to like pick up some of the slack on the garden, I have 4 more Vitalias upstairs.
Nice.
Did I not rename my battalion? I did. Oh. Oh my god.
I'll be
Where did I get these from? Did you give me revival potions?
No, you got them from the arena. One of the arena board 55.
Okay.
I do have a present for you in the present chest, though.
Gonna go find out what it is in a minute.
That's okay. You can take your time. No rush.
Have so
Don't go
many
anywhere.
eggs. Why do I have metal in my inventory? Where did it come from?
Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from? Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah. Okay, you know that I never before that. I'm on my way. Why do I hear growling? Sounds like a dinosaur in my ear.
Probably a Dromatide Ignis.
Oh. Oh my god, I'm work so fast. Thank you.
You're welcome, I know.
Get back to the workshop because I forgot that I actually did make some corundum, and I wondered if I made enough to make that Japanese thingy. No. I made 20. I need 30. Know what I'm doing. No idea what I'm doing. I'm just everything's dying today.
Why did I just leave? I mean, sure. You're so close to you right now. Bum, 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 bum. I hope everyone's doing great. Oh my god. I'm 7 away from my follower goal.
Well, that's amazing. Going into the floor, that looks icky.
Okay, I'll stop frowning. Doing great being here with both with you both. Oh my god.
So sweet.
Wow. That's a good tactical terror. It just had remarkable craftsmanship.
Nice.
Okay. I now have the fast travel point at the sealed realm of Terraria whenever we
That's what I keep trying to do. And I keep getting distracted because every time I turn around, oh look, the eggs are done. Might as well mash them together. And then I mash them together and oh look, the eggs are done. Might as well mash them together. Oh look, the eggs are done. It's no end. No end. There's so much. I'm gonna ignore them. I'm just gonna ignore them now. Okay? I'll mesh them together later when I have 32 boxes full, okay?
actually having the remarkable craft team while going into Terraria to have
Them do mining.
them all the Terraria power be caught with a remarkable craftsman because they can make like everything.
Oh my gosh. You're
I
right.
could probably make remarkable craft into all the craft.
Why do I have a dual locked in my pocket? Get out of my pocket. Who the fuck are you? Get out. Well, here's my question. Here's my question. Legit question. First of
Yeah.
all, Alexa, what time is it?
Oh, 5 minutes.
Glad I asked. My next question was gonna be, is there anything we can't breed right now?
It would reduce the amount of steps to get to the thing that I haven't gotten closer to yet. But I don't know.
I will grab. I'm not grabbing it right now because I got 5 minutes. So
Let me go.
please, 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 please.
What log I do have? I don't have $8 blocks.
When you go down. So the last two were supply drops. I feel like I'm due.
The fast two?
The last-
two. Yes.
I feel like I'm due.
Yes. I feel like you'll do as well.
I think my last Celine got Master of Fasting.
It did, yes.
I think I need to only have one Ophidia at the space. One, they're gorgeous, but I feel like they're a lot. And there's a lot of movement going on in their models,
Yeah.
which causes a bit of lag. Also, I feel like
Yeah.
only having one, because like I have one of a lot of pals, right? And it's nice at this base. It's like variety, you know?
Yeah.
I think it would make her more special if there was only one of them. And also, it'd be a lot nicer to look at because right now, most of the time, she's meshed in with the other one.
Oh, and it's all like janked.
It's very chaotic and hurts my eyes to look at her when it's two of them together because it makes it look like I'm seeing double. It looks like there's something wrong.
Yeah.
Like the two Wumpo Botons, those are fine because they don't at least mesh into each other while they're working. You know who's the best one to look at my base? Who
Who's
just
that?
brings me the most joy, weirdly? The Berloha. He does nothing but sit there and he's just like vibing. He's like,
Really is my vibe. Like, hey, what's up? I see. Yeah. I think I agree with your video. Do you mind if I go kill these Lylene? Or this
That's
Lylene?
fine. Go for it. It's a good experience.
Yeah, that's what it's specifically for. Stab, stab, stab.
Felster defeated Mimog? The fuck you doing over there?
There's a Nimog over here?
Apparently you killed one.
Oh, there was. It got hit in the crossfire. Thanks for the 98 dog points.
See, look, if you come over here, look at these flowers, babe. This is what I was talking about, like the flowers being real pretty. See?
These flowers, they
Yeah.
are beautiful.
So pretty. They did a good job with them because, like, a lot of games will just, like, make a flat flower. It's just
Yeah,
like,
it'll
or
be
texture,
flat,
or
it'll be like the same flower, just recolored over and over again. Like there are different variants of the flower,
yeah.
but
Ow.
get in the ball,
fuck?
Lulu.
I said, no, I don't want to be your friend.
And they all like wave. There we go. It is very pretty. Oh, and there's even like blue ones. The blue ones here.
Hmm.
Wow.
And it's like they're not too much. They're not too much. They put them in sparingly.
Lavender as well. Like there's a patch here. There's a patch here. There's a patch here.
Uh-huh.
This is like the flowery area as well because it's near the Lylene boss.
Mhm.
But as you go more into the
This
trees, there's less flowers.
The most gorgeous place to build a base in this entire game. Also, this tree right here,
Mhm.
someone chopped it down, so I replaced it. This is fake. Fake tree.
Fake wood. Kill me, bro. Oh wow, they do grow fast.
Yeah. You
Wow.
tomato thief.
I'm gonna drop them again. I was just seeing how many you got. Literally one harvest, 82 tomatoes.
Yeah, that tracks. That's Lulu. That's Lulu working. I think. It's either
Well, she's
Lulu.
already
It's either
harvested
Lulu or
more.
Prunelia.
Oh, it might have been 2 harvests and I just hadn't taken them yet. By the time Lulu finished harvesting the carrots, the tomatoes are like halfway done. So they were just under half. So any moment now? Did we miss the warning?
I'm just vibing.
Maybe it's like 3 hours and a minute or something, and that's why it like slowly changes over time. So it's like roughly for 3 hours.
Alexa, what time is it?
It should have been 1:44, right?
Shipping 143.
I
But
wasn't.
you've been here.
I've been here since 1:39. And before that, I was just in my base, which can't have them. I'm gonna run around Sakurajima.
Okay.
See if it's just like not wanting to spawn at that end. Oh.
What?
Oh. Yeah. I thought I was hearing like a freaking rocket come through space, but it was the wind tunnel. I hadn't been quiet by a wind tunnel with my camera that close to it before. Like one of like the wind entry points.
Yeah.
guarantee you the moment we set foot in Faybreak, it would immediately spawn if we were.
But I don't want to
Whatever.
move. It's not like the concept of grinding out a particular pal is foreign, you know. Maybe it's because I'm riding a Yakin with like I know what you're doing.
We're protecting our Salines. Elected to go into a cave. Correct way to go, unfortunately. Oh. Nope. Perfect.
I feel like we should have a thing where each day, each stream we have, where we ask, what mount should I use?
Yeah, we could have that.
That way I'm not constantly using the same mount. I could use different flyers, I could use a ground mount, but whatever it gets chosen, it'll be that mount for the day. Like, unless of course, like,
They could be a redeem to switch mount or something.
ooh, that could be good, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Because you could have a day where just like you're stuck on a Nightwing, and you're just ride Wanderer around.
I don't know.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not riding Wanderer.
I
but you
can. I
could.
can make a saddle for her. I didn't make a saddle for Anthony. That'd have been weird. Or I could just be like, if somebody redeems change mount, then they can choose what mount.
Yeah.
Okay. That gives me the opportunity to play around with a lot more. I'm going to do that. Let's see, view our rewards, power up channel points. How many is that going to be? Probably another 5,000. That was pretty big. Change mount. Shall I go to change her mount to something else? Your pick. See if I can't get the fucking color off this shit. I don't know if that's correct.
There it is, Meteorite Descent.
Oh, good. I'm gonna get it in a second. I'm just doing the check.
151. I'll go have a look at what it is. Where it is. Okay, it's by the tower.
Okay, leave it alone. I'm trying to change the color of this reward.
Oh, yeah. And just
Why is that always wrong? I have to change it to the wrong one, then come over here and then be like, you know, for damn sure that is not the correct color code. It starts with a B. I don't know what color it is, but it starts with a B, and you keep changing it. It is not that color, you fucking liar.
I know at least the name you have to like accept the initial name and then.
No, look at this. So, okay, so Charlie jump scare, right? That's the color I want. It starts a different color. It can be like blue, fucking whatever, but always gives me not this one, a different fucking hex code, right? Always gives me the exact same one, which is a dark blue color. This fucking color. always gives me that, and I always have to change it to that first before it gives me the correct one.
That's annoying.
Yeah, I thought it was
Okay,
good for him.
so
Okay.
you can either fly down or fast travel to the Moonflower Tower.
Fly. Moonflower Tower.
Yeah, the fast travel thing, not by the tower.
Is that the big tower? Like the boss tower?
Yeah. She's like just around the corner from that.
I see. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Get on the ball. Thank you. Healing coach didn't get shit. Whatever, we tried. Try again in 3 hours. Wait, hold on. I had to clear this out. Otherwise, things are gonna get confusing. Game is very polished. I like that I can keep walking while I whistle instead of it, I could whistle while I'm still running so that it doesn't like stop me in my place to make it like come to me, you know what I mean? So if I whistle for something, it doesn't like stop me in my place. I can keep running. And that's especially useful whenever there's things chasing me. Well, look, my eggs are done. Might as well click them and put more eggs in there. Inventory's full. Say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo.
These both outdated.
What?
Pal, like the Pal's exclusive to breeding within game8.co, that website.
Okay.
It says the Elfidron Aqua and the Frostalion Noct are the only two that are only obtainable through breeding. No, you can only get the Frostalion Noct by breeding it with either a Frostalion Noct and a Frostalion Noct, or from the boss spawn location. And the Elfidron Aqua you can also...
That's why I only use the PalDB for that shit.
Yeah, there's like...
Everything's outdated.
Yeah.
You hungry, fat boy Slim? That's right. Eat up.
I'm trying to see, like...
Eat up, fat boy. Actually, I want to swap these out for salads now, because I feel like that'll reduce the amount of time they spend here.
The salads and the berries, yeah.
I'm gonna
I
have...
like how there's a spoiler category in the Pell database.
Yeah.
Great.
Just make as many salads as you possibly can. Ah, 4,135. Perfect. I think that's enough salads for today.
Yeah, you might be right. Oh.
My love, I'm dead.
You dead or down dead?
I'm down dead.
Aren't worried about.
I'm inside, right by the tower.
Why do I hear Boss Metal music? What'd you go down from?
The Moonflower getting. I'm in their camp.
Oh my god.
By the gate. Hello.
See, oh.
Annie.
Hopefully they don't notice me.
No, don't notice.
Just going for your lanterns and your. I'm pretty sure you had some other decoration. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Goodbye. This house is complicated because their entire houses are made up doors. Run away! Oh my god, I found their fridge. Steal their food! Run away! Fuck. They shut the door on me. Run away! What are you doing in here? What is that? What is that? I. Oh. Look. No. Okay. Here's the thing. Yeah, can you leave that door open? Thanks. Oh! I'm dead.
Okay, so if we both go down, we're dead.
No, I think. Oh, no, I think that I just died because I got hit more.
You got dead when I went down.
I just thought we both got hit at the same time. You do love me like you do. Love me like... Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Do not perceive me. Run away. No, hold on. Really, now is not the time, Lucy. Why you always choose these weird ass times?
What did you say?
Care package. Yeah, I'm gonna stop and stretch. Hold on a minute. Can you hold on, Tantris, please? I know you're trying to poison me and all, but Lucy says I have to do a care package right now. My care package is not dying.
No, Tyrantris. Get in my bone. Go fight her.
Wee. Alright. Now I can stretch. It's like autopilot. I see, oh, it's available redeem. I'm gonna take my headset off so I can take a full stretch.
Yeah, I just have the problem of because I'm using such outdated armor. It doesn't matter how much health I have, I get melted.
Well, the fact that I've upgraded my shield in a long time.
Oh yeah, upgrading shield really help.
I love you, honey.
I'm stretching. And then I cracked myself so many times. This was a good care package, just poorly timed, Lucy.
Who said it? It's like autopilot. I see it. Oh, it's available, and hit redeem. Well, she is in the child pose.
Yeah.
It really is. That looks like it's gonna be nice in your back. You get your stuff back from when you went down? Nice. Oh my god, they captured a Lulu, those fucking bastards. Oh my love, go. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That affects gameplay.
that it does. Ooh, ooh, okay, so a mutated egg from a Jormuntide Ignis gets you a Eidolon Ignis.
Oh. I got an Eidolon Ignis before. But I wasn't breeding Marmotite Ignises. So I don't know.
Probably just end the whole. We'll see if that is a Eidolon Ignis again. Ooh.
Poison paradise, I'm addicted to you. I'm gonna go squish. You okay, Dazzy? She's waiting. She's like, I'm gonna generate some electricity as soon as I can. Loving now, I think I'm ready now. Intoxicate me now. Loving now, I think I'm ready now. Is this the one I'm putting stars into? I think so.
Okay, while the Eidolon Ignis is big, like the Alpha variant, and same with the Eidolon, they're nowhere near as big fuck you as the Jormuntides.
Yeah, that's good. 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 Duelith Nox at 4 stars, and I'm at 3 stars on the next one.
Oh, nice.
Speaking of which, we're gonna meet. Alright, so I need... Wow, I almost said that guy's spicy. He's not spicy.
It's spicy meatball.
Actually, just thought about something. It's gonna be perfect to take the dude with me. He increases my mining efficiency,
Ooh.
so I'll be able to get more hallowed bars. Alright, anyways. I'm going to the Isle of Sealed Realm of Terraria.
Uh,
Terraria. Terraria. So, what do you say? How do you pronounce that game?
Terraria.
How do you pronounce that?
Terraria?
Okay. I've started it pronouncing it that way recently because I keep hearing you say it that way. However, I always called it Terraria.
Terraria? I've heard both. I just am Tristan.
You're just
I am Tristan. Fine.
I don't think it really matters. I just called it Terraria. I wonder what kind of wood these trees give. Just normal wood. Really? I'm that strong? I chopped down an entire tree in one hit.
Oh, nice. That is amazing.
It was a Terraria tree too. Just gives regular wood. Oh, I got the paper lantern schematic when I was in there. I also got a kinship peach. That's nice. I should probably put this stuff away.
Yes, I need the advanced weapon.
No, I don't want to dismantle the base. You're beautiful. What's over there? Beautiful, just the way you are. Don't have to say so much. The world's conditional. You're beautiful, cause you're beautiful. I've seen people make builds in trees and stuff, and they look really cool. I
feel like I've knocked down the tree.
right? Well, I think it's like the big ones that can't be chopped down.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like for me, it's like I know that the only reason that's up there is because of all the pillars. And I don't like to even think about pillars under the ground. To get my base built the way it is right now, there's a little bit of jank happening. I don't know if it's still there, but I know I had to make a little bit of jank under the ground. Because some of the stuff did not want to go there.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, what if I put, like, okay, so how I was able to get, hold on a second, I'll show you. Because I got to go to the workshop anyways.
Steel, I need as many sound cores as I can make. I'll make a bunch of plasteel.
Okay, so nobody has asked me how I got these these foundations without even connecting to the foundations somehow all the way up top here exactly in line. Because basically had to do a bunch of janky shit. And then place pillars on the way back.
Oh, yeah. Like something you wouldn't really know unless you played the game.
It was basically a lot of shit. Actually, no, take that back. That wasn't too bad. This right here, basically, it was like place a foundation, lift up stuff, drop. This one wasn't too bad. I tried to do something over here, something similar over here. This is where it was really bad. I don't know if there even is, like, kind of. I wish I could. I wish I could. There might be a pillar in there somewhere. In this wall. But So I was trying to get something up here. I was trying to make stairs to come up here, something like way down here, basically. So, okay, you see all, let me see. Some jank stuff, right? So, with the way that some of these building things work,
Yeah.
you see how close this is to this building. And that is because this building is, these building pieces are like pushed into this building, right? There's only one way to do that in this game, and that is if you get to the point, let's see, I'll show you, and I'll give you an example. Okay, say I am building a foundation here, yeah? And I'm like, okay, I'll have it right there. Perfect, right? Except for when I go to place this foundation, it doesn't let me, yeah? Because it's, but I can place this triangle wall here, and then I can cover it. I would have to do the replacement mode and then replace it like that. Then I have a full wall. But you can only do it by placing a triangle wall, because the triangle wall will ignore the clips for some reason. And then you can replace it with a full wall. And that's what I had to do for the whole wall. Just that wall. Just that wall right there. It was not this one. This one
Yeah,
had to do this one.
I've done that a few times as well.
It's
but,
nice. It's nice that we can do that. The only problem I have is I wish we could also do it with the foundations.
It would be nice if we could do that with a foundation, but you can't. It's definitely a bug, but I hope they don't remove it. I hope they just keep that as a feature. If I do that here, and then get the wall, and then try to place the wall, and there you go. And it's done.
It's way easier.
It's nice.
Much nicer, yeah.
It's so nice. Good morning, Hika.
Hika!
Okay.
Nice. That's fantastic.
How are you doing, Hika? Good to see you.
I love Hika. Oh, how you doing, Officer Beppis? Finally back in your spot. Anyway, I'm going back to the house.
I don't want to build a roof into here. We can do the open plan.
Yeah, I considered just trying to figure out how to close off this open area in the back part. And I was like, you know what? I kind of like it just being open. It looks like an airport hangar.
So many flyers that it makes sense that you would have somewhere open to land.
Yeah.
Bucket catch a trapper, you catching a wormhole? Nice. Well, how's your sleep, Hika? Good on expeditions right now. I don't need to send out anymore.
That's what I was going to do. I was going to send out an expedition. I forgot.
Expeditions are good for leveling just low-level pals passively.
I just forgot. I was over there, and I was sitting there thinking about it too, and then I stood there for a while, and I was like, what was I thinking about? Why am I here? And then I just left.
All of those, and then I will sort that level, and then put in whatever low-level.
Zoom zoom. Here's who went on the expedition.
Oh,
Who did I just send on this expedition?
buddy. Oh, I'm missing one.
Sent a land ball, a frog, a different frog. All my Jolthog crisps, apparently they were like, hell yeah, let's get some Jolthog crisps in there. Oh, and then that one Jolthog, but not the other Jolthog, just the lucky one. Then the lucky penguin, this penguin, but not this penguin specifically. Fuck that penguin. This random Foxparks crisp. This lucky Rushor, yeah. If you're lucky, you get to go to war. Oh, Lucy. Lucy went to war. Sorry, Lucy, you're not going to be able to help us out this time. You're out on an expedition.
I am truly sorry you got such an awful weekend.
Sims is also out there. So that maybe didn't. Oh, yep, of course that one did. They took all my duelith knocks. Not all of them. Sorry. 7 of them didn't pass the vibe check, I guess. Well, that reminds me, I need to go through and like give them that 4th passive. Just haven't done. What should that be? You know, I'm gonna wait. What would be like a badass passive to give them? Cause like
Which one?
my warriors. Probably something more damage, yeah, because they got a lot of defense right now.
Yeah, Demon God.
No, like a passive, like a
One you can give to them.
yeah. They've some of them got demon god already, I think.
Muscle Head or Ferocious, if I don't already have that. Serenity.
Some of them have demon god. Some of them have demon god.
Yeah, Serenity is always a good one.
Oh yeah, Serenity. That's the one I need. That means I gotta do more arenas. All right. Do we think we can like get lucky brute force master? Cause that's 100.
Maybe.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it just while I'm waiting anyways. You're high level. Also, a level 6 land ball went. Do you really wanna like... They sent a level 6 land ball, bruh. Hold on. They sent a level 6 land ball and 7 of my duelith knocks didn't pass the vibe check? Wow. I don't know how I should feel about this. I'm gonna bring one of my duelith knocks.
Oh,
Oh, it's because they're all level 1, that's why.
I did not realize how filthy this song was.
What is this song about?
Sex.
It's a sex song. Gross.
I'm going to the warrior dungeon. Do you want to join?
Oh my god, really?
Did you
Yes.
just leave?
I was gonna do the arena. I said I'll do the arena while I wait for you,
Oh.
so we can go do Terraria. Yeah, I'd love to do the Terraria thing. I've been waiting for you this whole fucking time.
sorry, I accidentally set my battle pals that were I was waiting to revive into an expedition.
They were dead? You sent them into an expedition?
They literally just revived and I accidentally sent them into an expedition. So I had to cancel them and then get them into my party. And, you know, exclude them so they don't, so that doesn't happen again. I'm sorry for taking so long, I'm a boring ass dumbass.
A what?
I'm a dumbass.
Oh, yeah, right. Are we catching things? Yeah, we are, I guess.
Yeah, we haven't been in here.
I'm just using the regular balls. Unless, of course, they tell me I can't. But I'm just going to yeet them. Just start yeeting.
Yeah, that works.
Get in the ball! I missed.
Yeah.
Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. I said get in the fucking ball.
Terraria, we're saying Terraria, Terraria, Terraria.
Terraria.
That's the true way to say it, yeah. Huh?
I thought that was Holy Burst. It was not. Get in the fucking ball. You only have 1 health. One green one acquired, and it has Serenity.
Yakima, you bastard. There's a green slime right here for you to... Okay, that's a bit overkill, but... There's literally on 1 health, Yakima. You could have just walked into it.
What do you do?
You fucking holy burst of the 1 health green slime.
Get in the ball. Get in the ball. I said get in the ball. Okay, you can get in the ball and stay in the ball. Rude. Oh my god, get a freaking bird, bitch! Cool, I've got 2 green slimes. One is a pacifist, and I call bullshit on that. It was hitting me. Blue! Get in the ball. 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 Ball. Ball kick. Get in the ball. Okay, get in the ball and stay in the ball. Get in the ball. There we go.
These green slimes, you can attack them, you do know that. These ones are yucky.
Get in the ball. 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 Rude. Rude, bitch. Get in the ball. No, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Okay, 1 blue acquired. And it's a musclehead.
Yippee!
Did you bring the Yakimo so you can get...
Remarkable craftsmanship, yeah.
Awesome. Did you kill all of them already?
I killed the ones that are like not even active books. They've got like all low stats.
I don't even care. I'm just grabbing them. At this point, I just want to have them. Caught 1. There, I caught 2 demonized. That was fast.
As for the demon.
Blue.
What's a good blue one?
Yep.
Do you want that?
Nope, I'm getting this one. Did you give your Yakima Mercy yet?
all it's got is remarkable craftsmanship.
Oh, you should give it mercy hit. That way you can take it out like that, like you have it right now.
I could gonna catch every cut. Oh my god, I'm blind.
I'll swap to my puppy. For no other reason than it's like easier to navigate. And I can like Oh, excessive. I'm so sorry. There you go. Do you want a blue one?
It has mercy hit. Get on. Control that. We'll do that. Get it. I got mercy hit. Let's go. Hobby. Oh, this is the way you usually end up coming.
Uh-huh. I've got the dude with me. I thought I had the dude with me. I don't know. I see him or nothing. Oh, there he is, right beside me. I thought that was you.
Oh,
What?
lightning.
Okay.
I'll show you the two rooms that have the life crystals. One of them I don't know where in the room the life crystal is.
I mean, I've come through here by myself. I've seen it.
You seen the other room with the life crystal? Have you seen both life crystals?
I haven't seen the life crystal, but I've seen the room.
Oh,
Beep.
it's basically, yeah, it's a 3D version of the Terraria life crystal. It's like a floating heart.
Well, I've seen some of those in chests.
Oh, you went the wrong way. You went backwards.
Is this not the opposite way? Like, I don't know where else we're supposed to go. Like this way?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
That's you. Over here? To the right. Over this way.
I went this way. I see nothing.
Okay.
Oh. Apparently I'm fucking blind. Is this not just the way to go forward?
Yeah, this is the way to go forward.
Oh, I thought you said it happened before.
Huh?
I thought it was before.
No. See if I'm like, oh, that's a good purple slime.
Give my ball. 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 Use the green one this time. Get the ball. Get the ball. Get the ball. Get the ball. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna catch every time. Oh my god, it has Swift. It's the speediest fucking slime in the Wild West.
Oh, this is a good slime. Do you want this one as well?
Hold on. I need this really shitty red slime. Get the ball. I said I'd bounce it off the fucking mushroom. You want him to? Fucking get in the ball then. I don't give a shit. Get in the ball! I don't even know if I got that red slime. I did not, because it's right here.
You see random green balls flying and then look at this house. I just looked at my
I just realized I was I think that slime was dead. I did not kill that.
There's a tombat that's aggressive on the slime. Oh, there's a really good tombat as well. I'm gonna get that one.
Like, fucking stop. Look, holy bird. Get fucked. lord. I don't know if I've gotten any red slimes. We'll find out in a second.
Oh, you caveman, get in.
It's capture success. I guess.
Caveman, where'd you go? There's a caveman that's one health somewhere in this cave. Oh, there you are. There you go. Let's see if the life crystals, no life crystals, yeah.
Oh my god, 3 star rounds right next to each other? Crazy.
He is gonna catch so many
Things.
so many dead red
Oh, I don't
slimes.
have this. I don't have an ice line. Oh my god, that ice line now has Eternal Engine. That makes perfect sense. You guys like stop. It's very rude. Wow, well, that's definitely gonna get it. Oh, no, it's okay. Let's go Artisan and Swift.
That's fine. So, okay, let's see here. Oh, enchanted swords. I've never seen a life crystal in it.
Neat. I'm like so low on balls, bro. I have like a couple pal spears, a couple mega spears, a couple legendary spears, a couple. Why are you riding your pal like that?
So it's got mercy hit.
Yeah, right. That's not what I meant.
Don't judge me. What's happening?
I don't know. It's fine. Oh, I fixed it. It was
How am I riding the pal?
well. You were underneath him. He was riding you.
Oh my god. Did you
But I
get
swapped it to photo mode so I could take a screenshot and it fixed it.
Did you get the folder up?
Yeah. Thank you.
Someone's lying.
They're sleeping. Get in the bar. Get in the bar. Get in the bar. Get in the bar. He died. Shit. My bad.
Yeah, you can have the really good rainbow slam if you want. One does not like you.
I can tell.
Yay!
Positive thinker.
you caught a luminous slime?
I don't even care. Right now. I'll do it later. I'm just not. I don't want to catch things right now. I thought I did. I was like excited to do it, and then I just realized I don't want to do that. I just wasn't having fun trying to catch them. Wow, indicator none. Wow, I'm so glad for that. It could have said like attack or something, or mine, or whatever, but it said number 1 indicator none.
Go on, indicator.
See if it says that somewhere else. It's Calamari Prima if you want some.
Ooh. We caught 2. No, they get to stay outside, bowl.
Okay, there's some bats in here if you want them.
Ooh.
I need to get a sword or something, man. Dirty little freaks. Won't you come on and come on? Are you ready?
Yeah. 'Cause I Cthulhu. Hey, buddy. Goodbye, buddy. Oh, no, screw that. Goodbye, Oliver.
Should we both just use Power Blast?
Oh my god, it's transformed. Get electrocuted.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and I got remarkable craftsmanship. And happy with that. You can have this one as well. But there's something good enough.
Sand Tornado. A Night Glow schematic? What is Night Glow?
No clue.
Oh, it's that lantern thing.
Oh, Alpha.
Epic version, though.
Oh, an epic right away. Dang, that's really good. I have no idea how good that the lantern is.
I'll go make it. If I can borrow your weapon workbench.
Sure, yeah, if I can actually make it, yeah. My god, I got the Eye of Cthulhu mask. It's early enough that it actually better armor.
Oh my god, is it a giant eyeball?
Uh-huh.
I love that for you.
My head is an eyeball.
I'm so proud. That's my husband, guys.
I can see you.
I can see, I can show you the world. Where are you at? Whoa. You left, but... something nearby. Louder. There it is. Hello.
Oh, look, I haven't got one of you yet. I think I was just waiting for the perfect time. Weirdly, I could have said the same shit about the Quivern. Are you fucking kidding me?
Your base needs. Nothing yet.
I see you.
Hot.
I think we got the tentacles.
He's so mad right now. I cannot fucking believe they just fucking killed that Catris. It was a lucky Catris. La 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 la. Going to your base.
She's coming to my super base.
I need to make two things while I'm here, actually. One is this weapon. Oh, I need more power metal ingots. Okay.
I can make more.
Okay.
If they're done with the hexalite, then yeah, close enough. They're done with the hexalite. Let me.
You can make
Rewind.
Excalibur?
So power metal ingots.
Yeah.
I can make Excalibur.
I need a total of 120.
I feel like 300 and something is gonna be enough.
Alright. And the other thing I want to make is this extra weapon holster that I forgot to make. There. Now I can actually put that in that slot.
I'm taking that power metal ingots quite quickly. How are you going on this blazer mark? Oh, I'm 60% done with the mining level 6. I'm getting the last upgrade for mining efficiency, or last research for mining efficiency.
I just realized I could have made it in this in my production spear thing, because it's a weapon, but I don't
Oh,
know.
it's a melee weapon.
I guess it's not a gun; it's a lantern. A lantern that radiates a rainbow-hued light. Holding it aloft releases homing light projectiles that strike enemies multiple times. All right. Well, I guess I will see if I have it, and if I don't, I'll just come back here and rob you.
Yeah. I consent to this, brother. I need a bunch of plasteel, which is easier to make.
I am closer than you are. Why does it feel you're not making any fucking progress on this hexalite, bro? hallowed bars. Am I gonna have extra? The fuck happened to my hallowed bars? I thought I had enough. Okay, I might have had enough when I was at your base. Can I borrow some hallowed bars, please?
You might have auto sorted them into my chest. No, yeah, I think one for 6, I think. But no.
I need like
I probably have the Pal Metal now.
okay, I'll just come rob you.
Yeah.
I died every day waiting for you. We need to find you another boss to live by. Because I feel like the reason you lived there is so you can like try and grind out the chillet.
The reason I lived here was mining originally.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Pilot was the secondary thing because helped with Belanoir.
Yeah.
Okay, have I gotten any upgrades to these Clementine? Breeding pair.
Alright, where am I at? Let's see. Where's the chillet? I'm gonna go kill a chillet. With this lantern, I think.
Ooh,
I'll make an attempt.
I believe in you,
As I
baby.
do not know what it does. It says it does 80 damage. Which tells me fucking nothing when I don't know how it works.
I think the default one does, like the lower recipe does 20. It could be incredibly overpowered, it could be
Oh
incredibly...
shit.
Oh, that was a lot of numbers, hang on. Okay.
I got a chillet.
Nice. Is it good or...
Yeah, it's good. Come here, I'll show you.
Nice.
It doesn't use any ammo. Okay. Keep
Okay.
in mind, I want you to understand, it does not use ammo. Come
Yeah.
here.
Whoa. Oh, I see. That is
Broken.
good.
It's broken for sure.
I can hear another lucky.
Oh, right. Like, you want to die?
Am I going insane?
Oh, I also hear it. I'm getting further away.
Yeah, it's somewhere west. West or southwest? Run, Cherry, let's go.
Was it a brown cherry?
No, I'm just riding my Grun Cherry Aqua. Oh, it's a Cativo. I see it.
Oh,
You want it?
no.
Oh no.
Nah. If you want, I will get it down to 1 health, though.
I believe in you. Hey,
Welcome.
ink the cage.
This was really cheap
Really cheap.
for how powerful it is.
Mm-hmm. I swear that, like,
Look at this cow.
Kids up.
Is that what you were seeing? That's not what it looks like to me.
Oh,
Why do they look like this? What? They don't. They're not ragdolling. They're not ragdolling. They look like balloons, and they're like floating down, and
You look like balloons.
they're like rolling. Oh my god.
Uh-huh. Just completely stiff. The rigor mortis is set in.
Rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Rolling, 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 rolling.
Rolling, there's a fire.
I'm chasing it. It's rolling down the hill. It's rolling in the deep. Do you think that like Excalibur would be equally broken since like all the other fucking Terraria weapons are broken? Goodbye, cow.
No idea what a Excalibur even
The
does.
cow
We've
can't
got a
swim.
recipe for it.
I know you did. That's why I saw it. That's why I thought about it.
Um,
Because it doesn't look like it has a lot of attack, but to be fair, none of the Terraria stuff does.
No. No.
I'm just going around and making things look angry. Or be angry. Thing is I don't need to hit it too many times. Like, I can just, like, flick it and it'll just keep hitting it. Like, what is it for? What is it for? Is this for people that, like, really don't like the combat in this game or something? This is what I mean when I say I don't necessarily like the meta. Because this
Yeah.
would be meta.
I'm not sure against raid bosses because it might just do so little damage, just do 1 damage on repeat, but even 1 damage on repeat with that looks like it would still be decent. The fire is very quick.
And you can just hold it. That's what you do. You hold it, and the more you hold it, the more it lets out. I wonder what happens if I let it out of your base. Can I do it out of your base?
Can I make a little
Look, yeah, I'm just holding it. It's not using stamina. It's not using anything.
Excalibur mean? What do you do, Excalibur? Oh, it's a really fast attacking sword.
Is it?
Which the base one does 360. Like, look at the difference. So this does that.
Yeah. I see.
And this is about the same speed as the katana,
Yeah.
but I can put this down. Excalibur.
Yeah.
I think if I got a gold Excalibur, that would be really strong.
Let's see. If you mean broken isn't overpowered, the community seems pretty split. Many players love it because it's infinite ammo, homes in automatically, and shoots through and around terrain, making it great for exploration, farming, and tagging enemies. Other players report that its raw damage feels very low compared to endgame weapons like the charge rifle, overheat rifle, rockets, or late game world tree gear. The weapon is designed around lots of tracking projectiles that hit multiple times, not big damage numbers per hit. Its listed attack is only 50 to 800 depending on the rarity. So if you're seeing tiny damage numbers and it'd be taking forever to die, and it's feeling weak against raid bosses, probably normal than rather... Okay, I wasn't saying it's a bug. I was saying is it broken. Okay, I'm going to try, then I'm going to try going to Daybreak and seeing how it is against something like that. Because, like, I guess it does feel a little broken against a level 4 Leaf Monk, you know.
Yeah, and the level 11 Chillet. I do know that the Terror Blade is fucking busted though. That thing just stun locks the high damage swords.
Yeah, this looks like it's also stun locking. The Celestier is not moving.
Let's watch. Is all that damage you've done against it literally with your
Yep.
command?
Yeah.
Oh, that came with that.
Don't worry. I'll fucking kill it.
So it's one. Yeah, that's just some off.
And they're getting one of these before. Might as well keep it stunned locked while I do this.
Uh,
Can we do the Moonlord once? Or however many times you've got hallowed bars for.
yeah, yeah. Did you get the thing to make to summon him?
I got the recipe thing. Why? Did you not? Oh yeah, that's right.
I don't know. Yes, so no.
Yeah, I did. Make it at my house then. Or my workshop.
You got your hello bars in your workshop?
I'll get my recipe and bring it. Hold on.
I'll get my hello bars and bring them to your workshop. That's probably easier.
Okay. I mean, I have 2 recipes. I'm gonna squish.
The workshop now.
No way, I can't do that just yet, because... Oh wait, no, they're back. Wrapped around my finger, cause I can do it better. There's no other, so when they gonna sing it? She's so stupid, what the hell were you thinking? In a second you'll be wrapped around my finger, cause I can do it better. There's no other, so when they gonna sing it? So stupid, what the hell were you thinking? Some of these only level 1.
There you go.
I don't think I necessarily... that's fine. What'd you give me? Did you give me
Oh,
some?
nothing, no.
Oh, you made the thing. Okay.
Maybe? Yes. We had enough for one.
That's fine. I don't think we're gonna need multiple bosses, but... Or multiple... Like, I don't think I'm gonna need all of my duelists.
No. I have a feeling this is gonna be,
It really depends on what attacks they have. Should be fine. I know that they had the homing sphere things last time. It'd be interesting. Alright, come on now.
the whole thing just busted. Like, all the... Like, that isn't even the good Terraria weapon. Like, the
I
Terra
know.
Prism and the Vortex Beater are the good ones.
I would like to go to bed after this, though.
We can go to bed, yeah.
Okay. I'm on level 28. It's not gonna survive, but whatever.
Ready?
Yeah. No worries, I'm gonna win. I'll beat him up myself. melting it.
Well, not like blue people now. Although it's probably just like the type of attack that got home.
Yeah, Serenity is going to be necessary for this too.
I probably would have
Yeah, probably. They're surviving for the most part.
Yeah. How's your weapon?
Oh, I haven't touched it.
You should see. Dodge against this car.
Just like, you see the numbers or I don't know.
Yeah. 120, 30. That's much better.
What does it do? Like, ignore defense?
I don't think that will reduce their runtime. Wait, I can't.
Alright. Oh my lord.
What'd you get? Hang on, let's check the stream. What'd you get? Ah, perfect. We're so sexy.
We're the hottest couple around.
It just becomes trivial.
However, I will say, I was getting hit.
Yeah.
So, I think I lost like half my health. But I did get 3 attack fruits. So, that is why I want to grind that shit.
Mm-hmm.
What?
To be fair, if we're actually like attacking properly with if you were using that lantern, it would have died a little faster.
I did. I started to use it at the end.
Yeah, which is probably why it went so quick at the end.
Oops. Yeah, he's so adorable. Whenever you look at something like this and you say cute, it really makes me question what you consider to be cute. Because I have an exposed brain.
I'll put some
This is my brain. It is green. Oh, I'm actually wearing what my skin is. The other all the butterflies I'm into you. Actually, hold on. How much defense is it? 100 defense, 250 health versus 350 defense and 800 health. Okay, I guess I'll just wear that.
Yeah, like I had a similar upgrade with this diasporial mask. It is genuinely better than what I was using by a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And command.
This thing's stuck for love where you date Eldritch gods.
Oh, that's fine. You're the velvet butterfly. I'm into you. Alright, let me see. Let me check on the salads. Let me grab those really quick. It'll be fucking heavy. Oh, it's actually not bad. Salads are not that heavy. Go to the workshop. Yeah.
No, apparently the night glow can shoot through walls as well.
Yeah.
Um, and the vortex booter, which we never made last time, features explosive homing rockets, has a high chance to refund ammo, and doesn't need to reload.
Babe, look at him. He's in the he's in the food. He's so cute. He's like laying over top of it, trying to protect it with coldness.
Oh my god, he is so cute. So yeah, basically, I see. You want to know what the Excalibur is listed as?
Hmm.
Cheap to craft temporary pickaxe.
What?
You can use it as a pickaxe. Basically.
Okay. I feel like you can just like go into the fucking Toradora dungeon as soon as possible and then like beat the game. The visitor earpiece are mine.
They are overpowered in-game weapons that you can get at level whatever you can go into the Terraria dungeons at. Basically, as soon as you get to the Terraria dungeons, you can just run past everything.
It's true.
Because they're all closed, and just get the chest. You don't have to fight the last boss, although that's the most likely spot to have good loot.
I can make extravagant vegetable cake.
Oh. Oh, you have the kitchen?
I have the big furnace thingy.
Oh.
The big kitchen thingy. What else is it called? The I've had the large scale stone oven.
You can make that in there?
I can make mushroom cake, I can make vegetable cake, I can make extravagant vegetable cake. What's the other one called? I have that one unlocked.
Special cake?
Let me see. Where's that at? Special cake.
That requires the an upgraded kitchen. That requires the ancient kitchen.
I ain't making that shit. In this one, mutations are more likely to occur.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make those just because that'd be fun.
The last one is good for trying to get your passives. Basically, that's it. It's more likely for the child to have the passives from both parents.
Yeah, okay. I mostly do the vegetable cakes anyway. If I'm breeding to try and get something specific, like if I'm trying to get the parents' passives to get down, whatever, I use the normal cake. And then when I start breeding for trash, I start using vegetable cake. Just because they drop more.
So, yeah, we're gonna go off to Betty by now.
Put these eggs in here real quick.
Gonna keep the server running overnight, or we're gonna...
What do you want to do?
I'm fine either way, but it's just like...
we keep it going, I'm gonna come back to a lot of fucking shit to make salads.
Uh-huh.
If I keep it going overnight, I will want it to be crafting something in the furnace because that
Mhm.
bitch takes fucking forever to cook something in the furnace. Rar to you too. Also, we'll be leaving soon, Octavia, but I love you.
Yeah, the furnace takes ages, but it's typically just like hexalite tier and cerullite stuff.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to make. Sorry, I got problems. What's the upgrade shit I need to make? How do I make that upgraded storage thingy? What do I want?
Oh,
Solarite,
funny.
production, hexalite, solarite. So what do I need a metric buck ton of? Corlum. Alright. Plastile it is. What is a limiting factor? Oh, it's an ore. Really? Really? No, it's not. There we go. We'll have him make 900 plus steel. Then I don't have to think about it for a while. Because I tell you guys something about plasteel. Fucking annoying. I was getting ready to say, hey, guess what? We haven't been raided in a while. But I forgot I turned off raids. That's why.
Yes.
And then I've given them salads. They will be golden for fucking ever. If I come back and my fridge isn't full of stuff, I'm gonna be surprised. Actually, speaking of, I should actually probably help that along by selling some shit. Because, like, I really do have so much shit. Oh, you guys want to raid out too? Do you guys have anybody? See anybody that you're interested in? Who's streaming? Who's streaming Pal World? Because that's what we want specifically. We like meeting new Pal World friends. Preferably, maybe. Hold on. Let's see if anybody is streaming.
Who is this? Not Lobby stream Powell, but I feel like we've raided Lobby recently.
I'm gonna raid out to new people too, so.
Yeah, I
Alright.
want to share the love.
Let's see. Weedy Twitch TV. Live channels think you're like.
Look at the Powell category, and then recommended for you. Oh, let's rate this Ico Heart Blossom person.
They're probably stupid.
Might be stinky. We didn't check today, I don't think. Check in.
Huh?
Hmm?
What? Alright, Serval Shuri.
So, Serval Shure. Oh,
Yeah, it's our first time playing. So. Oh, okay, this is our raid message. This is our sub raid message for those who are subscribed. You could please join us for raiding Serval Shuri. I really appreciate it. This is their first time playing Pal World, so no spoilers. Okay, love you guys. Bye. Hold on a second. Now it's awkward. Now I have to wait for it to let me raid. Damn. Shh. I'm not here. I'm not here. Just pretend I'm gone. Be here in a minute. Okay. Okay, love you. Love you. Bye.
I am too. I wait. End stream here for YouTube and end.
No way.
no way.
She has 355 followers. Did you see who made her model?
Twins?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Rick Wallet.
Right?
Wow. Oh, a Monster Enjoyer too?
You can stop streaming to this Discord.
Oh yes, I can stop streaming the Discord now, can't I? I am so glad the raid's off. I like the raids being off is so nice.
The raid mechanic cool?
I feel like it just
Yeah, I would love to have a setup a bit like this space to be raided. Or if there's certain structure.
Realistically, that's not exactly how the thing happens.
No.
I get rated on the fucking daily by random ass.
Maybe certain structures were like, oh, this structure will be like they rate more often or something. And like in your main base, what do you have? Storage and a breeding facility. Why would they raid that?
Yeah.
Whereas they could raid your workshop. Your workshop. That's full of high value.
Good pathfinding that shit.
That's what I said. Probably. But I used to get raided all the time in my base, and now I don't. I need to do it.
And that be the community base. Yeah, that would be cool. Alexa, light off. That would be really cool. We can keep like bringing community members in. On the upside is compared to anything else we have ever played. This is consistent and good growth. And we're meeting some
It gives us
amazing
time to
people.
actually meet people, chat with people, and know people. I asked somebody this morning, you know, so
Okay, thank you for the warning. What were the?
they are just, it's just they're odd. Like they talk in a way that makes me feel like English is not their first language.
So sort of like
Like they don't play the game, they just prefer watching people play it. They asked me even if they did have a way to play it, they would, even if they didn't have a way to play it, they don't have time to play it. But they have time to watch anime. And a lot of it's just like, oh, I don't like care complicated. So it's basically like, ask me a question, and then the answer is, what about you?
and then
No answer. And then that asks me another question. Like,
some people.
you know, but when they left, they said that when they left, they learned. They followed me for days and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah. So they left. We made a really long, thanking them for meeting me and sorry about the work. And try to be back. We need to keep again soon. It was really good chatting with me.
Okay. Odd interview.
That's what I meant. Like it wasn't like the person was bad. It was just strange.
It's the similar sort of Lucy, but without the sex. I know we have encountered that, but I fully expect that's something we encounter. Someone who is being creepy in the way of say I'm down for
Yeah.
some random comes in and
starts just being
being
fucking
creepy.
creepy.
I think I love the fact that if anybody's gonna get hit on it's strange, it's you. And I love it. That's why I get it on so much. Everybody wants to be and everybody thinks it's clean. Shit. The thing is, I think that's very common in couples. Is that there's a couple, it's like people will be friendly by hitting
Yeah.
because they don't want to be perceived as like they don't want to be creepy. Yeah. Like it's funny whenever the guy who's like it's basically his way of saying not your girl thought. You know,
We could be friends.
you know.
Most
The
of
creepy guy
guy
I'm sort of picturing
picturing
is I must
I must
sleep, they come in and
come in
interact, and then
and
I
then
wake up, get on stream, like,
like
this
this
is
is
my
my
husband, and
and
like,
like
oh, I
oh
didn't
I
know
didn't
you were married, fuck you,
fuck you.
bye. Like, I fully
Like I fully
expect that to happen at some point. Because,
because
That one I always thought.
mm-hmm.
Listen, what if you did call? I'm like, that's why you go with it. To prefer to be by car.
Door.
Yeah.
Hanging out. Fuck you, Coco. You in the
I remember him